Good evening, everyone. Very namaste. We'll all settle down now. Yes, and we'll begin the evening. And for that, I'd like to invite onto stage Dr. Arpita Ray to please give us the welcome address. Please, ma'am. Dr. Arpita Ray.
A very good warm good evening from my part. So, respected dignitaries on and off the dais, and ladies and gentlemen, we are here now in one of the most opportune moments. From Manipal Hospital Group, we are launching this year's Organ Donation Summit organized by Manipal Organ Sharing and Transplant, the prestigious MOST group. Since 2022, this organization, under able leadership of Dr. Avnish, is organizing this event, and this year we are lucky that he had chosen the destination as Kolkata. I'm thankful personally to him. He has given us the opportunity to increase the city's exposure to the organ donation movement. Why? It is one of the prime need felt by us, we the doctors who treat the end-stage organ failure patients. I feel the huge gap in demand supply, as when I was working from 2017 to 2023 as a Roto Joint Director, I felt that sharply, and then for next 2 years, I took the responsibility of President of Indian Society of Organ Transplantation. Then also I felt the heterogeneity in the growth of the organ donation all over India. And many times I started thinking, though the deceased donor program in Kolkata, I had started in 2017 to keep on happening, we are stuck in a number of donation that did not cross 20 down the years. Why? Whenever I move around the world, for Northeast, I understand that the logistic issue is a big challenge. But for West Bengal, Patna, Bihar, Orissa, in the eastern zone, where the organ donation activity is relatively low, we actually, when say that we are keeping it low, we should look at ourselves with the question, look at the mirror, that why this is not happening. I'm thankful to Dr. Avnish again that this type of exposure, if happens in city, then we again and again see our faces in the mirror and try to find out that West Bengal, which is a champion state in blood donation, should not have an against mindset for organ donation. So where we are lacking, is it in us? And how we can improve? Probably these 2 days exposure to the meeting, I hope, would accelerate our way towards narrowing the gap of the demand and supply. With this expectation, I welcome all the learned dignitaries to the meeting and all the learning, willing, student-like people to take part, all the administrative stakeholders to hold our clinicians' hand strongly so that we can pursue our journey to the ultimate fulfillment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this compassionate welcome note. And now let's begin the first session for the day on organ donation in India and worldwide. And for this, I'd like to invite onto the stage our moderators, Dr. Kunal Sarkar, Dr. Chandrashish Chakravorty, our chairpersons, Dr. Upal Sen Gupta, Dr. Ajay Sarkar, Dr. Rajiv Sinha, Ms. Pallavi Kumar, Dr. Abhay Kumar. Please, sir. I'd like to invite our speaker, Dr. S.K. Mathur, please. And he's going to speak to us on organ donation and transplant in India, the journey thus far. Please, sir.
Control here. I have a slide control here. Moderators and chairperson, and ladies and gentlemen. No, you opened the wrong.
Which one?
It's next. SK Mathur.
SK Mathur কি ওখানে দেওয়া আছে This one, sir? This one?
Yeah. But I want us to move the slides.
You can do that from here, sir.
Okay, fine. Sorry.
And from there, sir, if you can see that.
Moderators, chairpersons, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, everybody. At the outset, I am thankful to Manipal Group of Hospitals, their management, and in particular, Dr. Avnish, for giving me this opportunity to come here and take part and be part of the history which he has created. We'll refer to it during the lecture. So, what I'm going to cover basically the historical aspects and what is the current situations in relation to the organ donation, transplantations, the law, and the organization which got created for distribution of the organs, and where we are today. So historically, if you see in the country, the organ donation and disease organ transplants happened in KM Hospital where in 1965 to 68, kidneys, heart, and the liver, and that was from non-heart beating cadaver donors. At that time, what were the laws which were governing the organ transplantations? So in Maharashtra, it was the Cornell Act in 1957, and then 1982, the Kidney Transplant Act. And while in Delhi, in 1982, eardrums and cornea acts. But we know there were no proper act in the country which governed the diseased organ donation. And we are quite aware of this July 1990, India Today, which brought what was the worst thing which was happening in the country, which talked about the organ bazaar. And I remember, because this is the time I was in US, taking my training for the liver transplant after moving from the France. And I had to face very tough questioning from my colleagues in US about this organ bazaar business. The people who used to come as visitors from the Middle East countries, they used to say, you know, you are giving HIV to our recipients. This kind of words they used to use. And that is the time, because of this media attention, the government of India took note of it and they formed a select committee. Now, this is also the time, after 6 months, I wrote an article in Science Today, and you can see that highlighted area where I talk about that the lack of brain death recognition in the country. At this stage, we can do donation from the non-heart beating cadaver. The history has been made yesterday when Dr. Avnish, with the help of Philip Thomas, they went ahead and did the first diseased organ donation with NRP, which is the first not in the country, but I have been told it's first in Asia. So congratulations, Avnish and your team. Now, when this bill got introduced in the parliament, there was skepticism all over the country, and particularly from the people, because that time liver transplant was not there, so it was mainly the renal transplant. And they said, okay, you have bill has been introduced, but donation will not happen. And with the bill, because it is curving the living donor, paid donors, so the patients will suffer. And at least in the Western India, I was the lone voice which talked about, this is going to happen. And today I'm happy that it has happened and it is happening. Okay, all those people have been proven wrong. So 1994, we all know then the act got passed, we legalized the way for brain death certification and the diseased organ donation. And we also know that this act then got amended in 2011 as per the latest requirement, and the new rules came into picture in 2014. So this is what is the timeline. You can see this, what was there before 1994 and what has happened subsequently. Now, once the act got passed, so there was activities of organ donations in the country, but there was no organized way in which it has to be done. There was nothing was mentioned or nothing was done either by the state government or the central government. So we have this list, 1995 first organ donations, which happened at the, 94, sorry, AIMS, New Delhi, which led to the first heart transplant of the country, the day which we celebrate as the National Organ Donation Day now, followed by multi-organ donation, which happened at the Apollo Chennai, and then 1996, the Stanley Medical College, where the first successful liver transplant happened, and that was followed the attempt at the liver transplant in AIMS, New Delhi in 96 and 97, followed by organ donation in Mumbai at LTMG Medical College, Sion, 1997, which resulted in the kidney transplant. Same year in TN Medical College at Mumbai, which again resulted in kidney transplant because liver transplant program had not started yet. And then October 98, we had Apollo Chennai, first long-term survival of liver transplant, followed by second one in November 98 in Apollo, Delhi by Dr. Soin and Rajshekhar. Now, that time in AIMS, ORBO got established, that was in 1995, under guidance by Dr. Venugopal and Dr. Aarti, which was made in charge. She is still in charge of that organization, but we don't know much about that. You must be wondering why the whole slide is vacant, because I can only put the photograph of Dr. Philip Thomas there, okay, who created this Forte organization in Bangalore in Karnataka, and which was responsible for coordinating the disease organ donation and transplantations. And I was just talking to him. I couldn't get hold of the figures of that era, but he said that he did send the organs to the Tamil Nadu and other places at that time. So, what were the challenges at that time? The challenges, if you look at it, was first is the creating awareness about the BSD in the lay public and the medical profession, more importantly, medical profession, because they had to accept the brain death. And I'm talking about the 95, 96 era. And then setting up the processes for identifying, certifying the brainstem death, and how to do the fair organ distribution. So as far as the Maharashtra is concerned, that was the first state in February 1995, they established an expert committee to look into it and how to go about it. And this is the photograph of late Dr. Vijayawada. Most of the nephrology group knows her, and she was a pioneer, and she took the lead in setting up all these things. And by May 99, we came out with these guidelines related to the diseased organ donation and cadaver, the booklet which contained everything, including when the ventilator can be disconnected after certifying the brain death. The debate which keeps on continuing is still today on saving life. Sometime back we were debating who will give the order to disconnect. Okay, and it also had all the where, when you can do it, how will you distribute the heart, liver, kidney, everything was given in this booklet. This was 1999, and the first GR of the country came out, creating two important bodies for the state of Maharashtra, one at the state level, what is called MACFOT, and at the zonal level, by dividing the state into 4 zones, Zonal Transplant Coordination Center, and all the hospitals which were recognized for the transplant had to be linked to these 4 bodies. Now, and their function was to maintain the list, distribute the organs, look after the awareness, creation awareness, and also the technical guidance to the government of Maharashtra regarding the various distribution. Now, this was followed by development of similar bodies in the southern state particularly, starting with Karnataka in 2007, Tamil Nadu in 2008 and 2015, which were converted into Trans 10, and then Kerala 2012, and Andhra Pradesh in 2013. And once again, Dr. Avnish is responsible or part of this whole organization which got created in armed forces, what is called aorta, which got created around 2007 and which is still functioning. So, till now, there was nothing at the national level. And it was in 2010, WHO Assembly in Geneva, where they talked about how to create the disease organ donation programs in the developing countries. And they developed a white paper, and a copy of which was sent to the government of India, and which resulted in 2011 amendment incorporating under section 13C and 13D, the creation of NOTO, under which Roto Soto, and maintenance of the national registry. And thus, the NOTO got established under the DGHS, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, in 2013. And the main aim was that it should maintain a national registry, distribute the organ at the national level across the states, and create a website. And this is a list of all the things. I'm sure Dr. Anil Kumar will cover these things, what kind of the waiting list they have to create, and also the problems which are still persistent in creating those registries. So under the NOTO, the regional body, the ROTO, and the state body, the SOTO, and all the hospitals have to be linked. So today, we have got 5 ROTO SOTOs, 5 ROTOs basically, one in the Chandigarh for the northern India, Mumbai for the western India, and at Kolkata for the eastern part of the country, and for northeast in the Guwahati, and for southern India in Chennai. Now, I apologize for this slide, which is 2022, not because I couldn't get hold of the figures of 2024 for my own laziness. Okay. But now, if you look at it, we are third in the world in terms of organ transplantation. But in terms of diseased organ donation, we are way down. You can see that somewhere less than 1 per million population organ donation, which is not a good news. What is good news then? Look at this graph from 2013 till now. There is definitely slow but steady increase in the disease organ donation in the country, and the number has increased. And most importantly, from 23 to 24, the jump has been of 16%, which is a very good news. Now, this was published by Vivek Kote in 2021, and which shows the green states, basically where mainly the organ donation had been happening, which is the southern and the western part of the country. And these are considered the top 10 data countries. But the good news, what it is there, is you see that 2011 to 2023, this is a slide I borrowed from Sonal Stana, and you can see that most of the country is becoming green. That means the organ donation that is happening maybe less in number, but it is picking up all over the country, which is a very good news for us. And this is the 2024 disease donations, where you can see that Tamil Nadu leads, followed by Telangana and Maharashtra. And this shows the number of transplant. The part which hurts us is still that our 90% of transplants are happening from the living donor rather than disease donor, which is just opposite of what happens in the Western world. And the figures for the kidney transplant, the liver transplants, you can see. Again, Delhi NCR leads in all types of living donor transplants. Um, so skip that. These are figures for small bowel transplants and pancreas transplant. So important thing is with the disease donation, we are able to do the all type of transplants. No, I think. Yeah. Thank you for your kind attention. So once again, I would like to congratulate Dr. Avnish for creating the history, because I think that's one event which may change the disease organ donations in the country. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Shall we have some questions after the second talk? Yeah. I think let us complete the two talks, then we can take some questions.
So I'd now like to invite Dr. Sunil Shroff on stage, please, and he'll talk to us about organ donation worldwide.
I open this. I want to use this. Yeah. Why not here? Why not here? I know, but why not here? Silly. Bit odd. Anyway, thank you. Good evening. Great to be here in the city of joy, Calcutta. Thank you, Dr. Seth. Been part of you for last 12, 15 years. I don't know how long since you started meetings, whether it's fourth or most. So after Dr. Mathur, I'm going to touch on a topic of organ donation worldwide. No financial disclosures. If you look at the world population, almost 8.2 billion people. And by the year 2100, if you see, most of our population growth is going to be in African region, 5 countries. This is important as we go forward, and you'll see why. So 8.2 billion people, 10% of people worldwide suffer from some stage of problem with the kidney, almost 820 million people. This is figures from Lancet. Incidence is higher among Asian countries. Access to treatment remains a challenge. The incidence of ESRD, end-stage renal failure among Asians and blacks is 4 times the whites and about 8 times among the Asians. It hits at a younger age and hits the lower and middle class more, who are not affordable. The demand versus supply gap is huge. 150,000 people daily die, and there are 5.6 million deaths. That means less than 0.8 per million population people donate organs. If you look at the global activity of 2023, we had close to about 175,000 organs, which included, majority was kidneys, 111,000. So the organ transplant rate globally is about 21 per million population. The requirement is 10 times, which is 210 per million population. So the gap between demand and supply, I don't think so will ever bridge. We need a lot of work to be done. The global transplant activity, if you look for the last about 7, 8 years, most of the transplants are being done in global north, which is US, European countries, and I would include Australia. But if you look at what India is doing, 11% of world transplants come from India. Highest number of kidneys and liver transplants come from India. So we do 25% global living transplants in India. For achieving self-sufficiency, we are at 0.8, 0.9 per million population in India. We'll have to increase our donation rate of disease donation almost to 93 per million population if you want to have self-sufficiency, 90 to 93. This is worldwide organ transplant figures from 2000 to 2004. There has been an average increase of 6.9% over the years of organ transplants. And in about 25 years, we have done close to 2.8 million transplants worldwide. And you see the graph growing slowly up. The overall growth of transplants over the last 25 years is almost 5 times, not enough. If you look at the top disease donation countries which do maximum number of disease donation by number and by per million population, it is Spain which does per million population, but it is the United States which does about close to 17,000 organ donations every year, which includes both DCD and DBD, that is brain death and circulatory death. China does more than 6,700 now. Spain does about 2,000 and odd. And India does about 1,100 odd, so less than 1 per million population. But it is in the top 10, number-wise. I brought this slide, DCD, since Dr. Seth has just done an NRP, and this will become more and more important in India because accepting a natural form of death is much easier for the public than accepting a brain death, where everything is working, the heart is going and so on, the body is warm. If you look at the DCD numbers, the maximum number came from Maastricht criteria 3, like the motor neuron disease, which you did 2 days back, Dr. said. And these are patients in ICU who come to a terminal stage and they have a cardiac arrest, and then you wait, and then you retrieve organs provided there is a consent. So almost 10,500 organs came from DCD donations. But type 4 donations, that is brain death is there, a patient has and patient crashes, that contributes to almost more than 500 worldwide. And the top 5 countries include Spain, includes Belgium and the US. And China does a lot of DCDs as well, more than 1,500 odd. And these are the organs which you get from DCD. Again, I wanted to show you China. China does about 6,000 odd donations, and DCD organs are almost 5,000 in China. They have a very different system of declaration. It's a very interesting concept they have. If you look at kidney transplants, top 10 countries, here again, it is United States, China, and India, not per million population. US does almost 83 per million population kidney transplants. But number-wise, it does the maximum, mostly disease donation. And India does about 11,000 odd. This is worldwide kidney transplants for the last 25 years. Almost over 100,000 kidney transplants have been done, 9% increase since 2022. And 39% donations come from living, and about 61% comes from disease donation. If you look at kidney transplants by region, if you look at North America and the Europe and Australia, they are mostly doing disease donation. And if you look at Middle East and Southeast Asia, it's mostly living donation from kidneys. But if you look at Africa, which I showed the population growth is going to be tremendous, everything is living donation. Transplants, kidney transplants. Deaths from liver disease, approximately 2 million deaths every year. Most of the deaths happens in countries which are orange, which includes India and China. And Alcohol-related deaths, 43% of the world population currently drinks alcohol, 60% have cirrhosis. Non-alcohol fatty livers, 25% global adult population and increasing. And the leading cause, second leading cause for liver transplants and viral hepatitis as well, as you know. Top 10 liver transplant countries, if you look at, number-wise, is India and Turkey. But if you look at per million population, is Mongolia, which does almost 30 per million population, living liver transplants. These are liver transplant by region. Looking at heart transplant, total heart transplants in all these years from 2020-25 is almost 160,000. Top 10 transplant countries includes US, 516 into 2024, and Germany. India does almost similar, again in top 10, as much as Spain does in numbers. But if you look per million population, it is Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia. These are the countries which do almost more than 10 per million population heart transplants. These are all figures from GODT. If you look at lung transplants, again, if you look per million population, it is Austria which does the maximum number of lung transplants, almost 14 per million population. It's United States which does the maximum number-wise, almost 1,300. India does about 200. These are lung transplant countries. The growth of lung transplant has been more than heart transplants over the years. Almost 15% increase versus 2022. Could be COVID. Again, pancreas transplants, 2,054 pancreas has been transplanted. Top 10 pancreas transplanting countries, again the US, of course. And per million population is Finland, which does the maximum number. Kidney pancreas transplant has not grown. It's been very static over the last 20 to 25 years. Small bowel transplant, actually numbers have decreased over the last 10 years. It had increased in 2006, 2007. In hand transplants, if you look at, India is the world leader. India has conducted 73 out of 179 hand transplants in the world. There are many patients traveling for transplants. And this is almost 3,700 people. I want to also look at the best international practices to improve the organ donation rate. Consent is an important instrument. Family counseling is important. Paired kidney exchange is important to increase, and positive media stories. When it comes to death, it is very hard to discuss your own death. And this stops many people from talking about organ donation when they're living. When there are no wishes of the relative known who is dead, the consent rate from relatives is only 50%. But when wishes are known, the consent rate becomes 93, 94%. That's why it's so important. If you carry an organ donor card, you must tell your relatives about your wishes. There are various consent instruments. There's a mandated choice, required request, informed consent, presumed consent. Mandated choice is when you put your request, let's say on a driving license, then you already expressed your wishes for donation. In US, when there's a death, brain death, the first thing they do is they check the national, what we call the DMV, the driver's motor vehicle, registry, and almost 60% of the population of the US have registered their wishes on the driving license. And that's how they start the conversation with relatives. So that's a good instrument to have. Same thing with UK. Almost 45% of the population has registered their wishes. You can also register on national register like Noto has done recently. They have almost 300,000 wishes about organ donation, but we need to have a lot more. Again, the NHS register has almost 52%. Required request is when in ICU, you are mandated to ask for organ donation from the relatives. They can say yes or no, but it's mandatory to ask for organ donation. That's another good instrument, and India has it, but it's not been implemented. Incentives to donation, Israel has a policy that if someone registers for organ donation, then they get a priority if they have organ failure. It's a very simple instrument to improve the donation rate. Coming to this presumed consent, which is better? This discussion keeps going. Opt-out is better, opt-in is better. And let me show you. You know what opt-in is. Opt-in is the informed consent where you ask the relatives and they give consent. Presumed consent, opt-out is that unless you are otherwise expressed on a national register that you don't want to donate, the state assumes that you're an organ donor. There's a soft opt-out, which is followed in Spain, and there's a hard opt-out, like in Austria, where they don't ask the relatives. So opt-out system is mostly in government-supported hospitals, government-supported systems, countries like Spain, UK, Belgium, and France, and so on. And there's a lot of trust in the healthcare system. And most of the cost is borne by the government or the insurance. In Spain, the opt-out immediately increased the donor numbers, people who registered for organ donation, but it did not increase the organ donation rate for 10 years. And so what happened after 10 years we had opt-out? Rafael came on the scene, and he appointed transplant coordinators in ICU as ICU physicians. He also did training for organ donation. He also had hospital reimbursement program whenever brain death was declared, and a lot of positive media stories. And that changed the scene in Spain. It's just not putting a opt-out system. If you look at opt-out countries and organ donation rate, and if you look at Croatia, which has a, this is of course a little old, 2019, it had an disease donation rate of almost 35, but living donation rate is only 1.7. And you look at Italy, again 24.7, only 6. And so it is with Luxembourg 0, Slovenia 0 living donation. And if you look at the organ donation rate in opt-in countries, look at Canada. This is again little old figures, but the story. 20 for diseased and 16 for, just another 2 minutes, 16 for living. And same thing in Denmark, 17 and 14. New Zealand, same thing, very balanced. So while it opt-out increases the donation, many people who are registered, the register automatically as presumes that they are donors, but it lowers the rate of living donation. Some countries have no living donation, and we published this in 2012 in the National Medical Journal, the Belgium experience, where there was 0 living donation because disease donation came up. So opt-out is a recent report which has come out in one of the journals, says is a double-edged sword. While it increases the disease donation rate, it lowers the living donation rate. Why is that? Because people believe organ supply is sufficient and family donors are unchanged. Who is affected? The altruistic donors are affected. Family donors remain unchanged, but altruistic donation goes down. And the paired kidney exchange program, which depends on the altruistic donation in the US, you see the growth of the altruistic donation program in the US in paired kidney exchange. Over the years, it has taken care of almost 20% of the living donors in the US and increased the numbers to almost 6,000. So that's why I think there's a lot of debate on opt-out, which is a better system, and we feel that opt-in is a very good system, and you should use other instruments. There needs to be best practices when it comes to consent. You need to plan the approach as a team for consent. You need to confirm the family's acceptance of death before you actually ask about organ donation, which is called decoupling. You need to communicate the sensitivity and support the family's concerns throughout. A lot of positive media stories like this one about Bentley being buried, and he said, "I only buried a Bentley. You people are burying organs and not donating." This is an old campaign which created a lot of buzz on the social media. This was some bad guy donating, and that got a lot of positive story. This bilateral hand transplant in India, one of the most viral stories on WhatsApp. So a lot of positive stories create a lot of goodness in organ donation. Our own Prime Minister, he, honor walk,
help others live beyond your lifetime. Register as a donor.
So in summary, global demand for organs will always increase. Global self-sufficiency is not likely to happen. We need to look at prevention as the biggest strategy, perhaps artificial organs, NRP to improve the more DCDs. China and India will emerge as global leaders over the next couple of decades. And best international practices like opt-out option for consent requires rethinking. ICU nodal officer, training of family approach are important components to increase donation rate. And positive media stories could also help. So thank you.
Sir, thank you very much. Could we have a chair on the podium for Sir to sit? I think I'll just start off with a comment and a question. Sir, if you would, why don't you
No, not at all. Sir, please, I can, you talk from there. No, not at all. Please, please.
No, they are a bit weak in counting, so don't. We'll make up for it. Sir, please sit. I'm absolutely. Please sit. I think, one comment is that the first heart transplant done in the world was actually a DCD transplant because there was no brain death certification in South Africa then. So it was first heart transplant was done and then you had brain death defined. And the first heart transplant done in India was actually done a day before HOTA was passed. The parliament sat in the dead of the night, had a ad hoc session, had an interim HOTA passed, and after Dr. Venugopal did the transplant, the next day the parliament formally passed the HOTA Act. So such are the funny tales around. One question, which is to both of you. Do we have in India, we formulated the kind of guidelines or requirements for DCD? Do we have something crystallized? Because everybody seems to have their own version. That is the first question. And the second question is a bit provocative. That question is that do we think that what you call commercial living transplantation is in direct conflict with the public perception of organ donation? Because wherever in the world you have a thriving commercial living organ transplant practice, exactly in those same countries, the voluntary disease donation is atrociously low. And I think India is syndromic and Delhi symbolizes that.
So as far as DCD, you are talking about the
Yes,
protocols, yes?
Yes.
They have been prepared, they have been published, and our group, and Dr. Avnish, Dr. Mani, Dr. Shroff is sitting here, and Philip Thomas is also part, Dr. Ashish Sharma.
So we have published.
We have
guidelines.
it has been published, and as far as the law is concerned, law does mention definition of deceased donor, which includes both neurological death and cardiac death.
Sir, that is done in the auspices of whom? Is it the Medical Council, NMC? Who's authorizing that? It's a law. It's been gazetted.
Yeah, it's in the law. It is there. The Form 8.
Which mentions DCD now.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, law sanctions the GC.
Fair enough.
There's no issue on that. Now, as far as the conflict of thing between when you have living donor program in which the commercialization is one of the aspect, which should not happen even in the living donor, okay, but it does happen. And does it conflict with the diseased organ donation? To an extent, yes. Answer is yes. The public feels that they can buy the organs, why they should care for the diseased organ donation, but it's not 100% true. It all depends on how you perceive it. See, the Indian growth also, if you see, the graph of diseased organ donation is improving. It is increasing. We may not be happy with that PMP. Okay, it will take years to catch up the PMP because our population is such high. Okay, but the numbers is increasing, and that's what I showed that slide in which what was only western and the southern part of the country, which was the green belt, now it is majority of the country. The organ donations are happening in most of the states.
Sir, it is, but I'm just being a devil's advocate here. If you compare India with Thailand, we are not doing well. If you compare India with Iran, forget about United States. United States, the single biggest stimulus to organ donation is fentanyl. Let's accept it. Everything else they say is a bit of mumbo jumbo. I've sat in the organ donation registry meeting in the United States. It's completely driven by the fentanyl phenomenon now. That's a separate story. I hope we don't come to that. But even in the Asian perspective, Chennai, say now Chennai is doing very well. Bangalore is catching up. Ahmedabad is there. Mumbai is half interested. Delhi couldn't care less. Delhi couldn't care less for organ transplantation, doesn't have a hope in hell. In Calcutta, we are sporadically inspired. We try to do something. We are, in fact, the state which approved HOTA last. It took us 4 years to approve HOTA. The government kept on thinking and thinking. So what I think should worry us, if we are being a little bit self-critical, that even by Asian standards, I think we are just about there. So our absolute numbers look high, most of them driven by sort of living organ transplants. But even in the Asian comparison, in 2019, China made a fundamental change to their organ procurement system. So I think there we must think of something. So how do you react to it?
I think very positively. Look at what happened in 1995 and look at what it is today. We are like an elephant. We move slowly. We don't move fast. And what you must remember is most of the projection which you're talking is mostly of 5 states or 6 states in the country. We have 37. Talking about 5. If you take the per million population, and we have a great population density. So if you take per million population rate of donation, let's say Chandigarh is 40 per million population. If you take Chennai, 25 per million population. So what happens is, the country is, healthcare is so heterogeneous. It's not, the same everywhere. You take big belts of UP and Bihar and so on. There's nothing happening there. So in pockets, we're doing extremely well. And as far as living donation is concerned, commercial donation is concerned, yes, when something like this comes out, the disease donation rate does get affected. But there are instruments which you can use. I've tried to show you on the slide very quickly, like the mandated choice, the driving license. When you have a trained transplant coordinator talking to relatives, you won't believe that our donation rate is very high, goes more than 70, 80%. You must remember that 96, how many is it correctly? 96 people ring the eye bank every day to do eye donation on their own. We have 11 million blood donations. We have 40,000, eye donations in the country, 26 million population. So look at donation in more on a broader spectrum. According to me, Indians are very giving. If you support the family, if you support the cause. So we are sitting, as doctors in a very different kind of thought process. You need to look at the ground realities of what's happening. So I'm very positive. If you look in the last 25 years, we've done tremendously well. We are growing, but we are growing slowly. China, you can't compare with India. It's completely different regime, as you know. And then coming back to your question about DCD, yes, we have published 3 papers. We have 12 societies. All we're looking for is government's kind of approval for doing DCD, matchstick criteria 4, where a natural death happens, half an hour, 45 minutes, we retrieve the organs and put them on NRP, just like Dr. Avnish said did, and you have some wonderful results. So I think...
Are we okay with DCD in Bengal?
No, you haven't done DCD in Bengal.
Yeah, we are with
But
still now, because of the studies, we need Maastricht 3 for Maastricht 3.
we need
some regulations.
we need regulations.
We need regulation. So nowadays, whatever DCDs are happening, in Nagpur AIMS, they have done 6 or 7 DCDs.
No, ma'am, I'm asking about...
We haven't done much in Calcutta.
Yes, we do. We do want DCDs because people's mindset might be more accepting the DCDs than the DBDs because it's a lay people's state after all.
So many liver transplants.
I think if we, medical faculty, sit down properly, the fraternity, and put our thoughts, and as leaders of hospitals, support the program, we go forward. That's why we're lacking. The leaders in the hospital don't support the program. That's the problem. It is not because of the public. A problem is in the hospital domain per se, period. We have to believe in that. People who are in disease donation program, if you ask this, they always raise the problem. Where is the problem? Whether it's in public domain or hospital domain, they'll all say hospital. Please change your view on that. Thank you.
So just a short question, sir. Just on a positive note that in last few years, Telangana has picked up tremendously with the Jivandan program. So just wanted to know the inside story if you are kind of share with us how did they succeed so that we can have a model with that also.
Telangana has succeeded the same way as Tamil Nadu and Karnataka has succeeded. The top hospital management supports the program. The top, government bureaucracy supports the program. So there is a support network which helps the program grow. Whether it's Maharashtra, whether it's Telangana, whether it's Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, that comes from the top officials in that. If you take Yashoda, you take KIMS, all these hospitals are doing extremely well. CARE, you look at the top management, they all support the program. There is a trained transplant coordinator. There is a trained ICU professional. It's the same story of Spain being repeated in the States. Nothing, magic.
Right.
The same thing can happen in Calcutta, I'm sure, West Bengal.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, dignitaries. And we move on to the next session. We'll skip to the third session first today because our speaker for the second session, Dr. Deepak Gupta, is on his way. He's had a delayed flight. So the second session today is end of life care and donation in circulatory death. And for this, I'd like to invite upon stage our moderators, Dr. Philip Thomas, Dr. Subhash Todi, our chairpersons, Dr. Orgo Majumdar, Dr. Rajat Chaudhary, Dr. Bhushan Nagarkar, and Dr. Shweta Priya Rao, please. I'd also like to invite upon stage our next speaker, Dr. Raj K. Mani, and he will speak to us about withdrawal of life support treatment. Please, sir.
Where are the slides?
This is the last slide change.
Okay. Okay, I thank Dr. Avnish Seth and his team for this wonderful organization of this meeting. And it is so important to improve the donor pool for organ transplantation. But I'm here to talk about withdrawing of life support with compassion. Now, this is a crucial step before we can contemplate DCD, but we must talk about withdrawal itself, because that has to be decoupled from the motive for organ donorship. What is it? Withdrawal is not an act of negligence or an act of cruelty, but it's on the contrary, compassion, because facing death is a big challenge. We miss the point if we think death is no continuity, is a stop. It's actually a continuity, like the clouds turn to rains and rains back to clouds. So that is a Zen view. However, this point we miss when we are facing death in the ICU, and it seems to be a big mountain to climb, to face death scientifically as well as with humanity, and then take the appropriate action. Because what happens is now, most of us are condemned to die in this state. The majority of us die in ICUs now, whoever has access to medical care. And it has become the norm, the default practice, to die alone amidst these machines, completely undignified and lonely. And this is a dystopic state we have come to due to modern medicine, due to advances in medicine. And about 23% of patients at the ICU in one European survey shows that people are receiving inappropriate or disproportionate care. However, this doesn't need to be a norm. The last queen died in Balmoral in her home. She had the world at her feet, but She didn't die with a technological fuss, as most of us appear to be condemned to. We have had, I've been in this campaign for improving end-of-life care in India for the last 23 years, and then all through we have been beset with these questions and which don't seem to go away. There are fears, conflations, misunderstandings, prejudices. Withdrawal and withholding are illegal. That's one view which is prevailing. Then surely that issue is settled by the Supreme Court of India. It is very clear now. Who decides? This too is very clear. It's a shared decision making between the surrogate's family and the physicians. Is it euthanasia? It is euthanasia. Of course it isn't. It isn't euthanasia. It is appropriateness of care. It won't work in India as another point of view. Everything patient-centric must be made to work. And we claim to be patient-centric, family-centric, but we don't show it in action when it comes to end-of-life care. What if there is a conflict within the family? The California daughter syndrome comes to mind, but then it's a choice you offer. You offer to honor the autonomous choice of the patient and the family. That's what we are not forcing anything upon them. Lama will be protective of me. This is a very big myth. There is a big 10 crore suit in spite of Lama in Delhi. Me-centricity that drives Lama isn't likely to succeed at all. It's not protective. We had a paradigm shift in the laws governing withdrawal withholding in 2018, Common Cause versus the Union of India, on the basis of Article 21, which assures us of the right to autonomy and right to privacy. We have the right to refuse any treatment, even if it is to the detriment of our life. We can refuse treatment, and this right doesn't go away because you're no longer competent towards your death. Its right is expressed through your surrogates or through an advanced medical directive. So both of these had legal sanction, advanced medical directive and the right to withhold and withdraw. However, this is lost, this principle was lost in the procedural complexity of a three-tier decision-making procedure prescribed by the Supreme Court, going through the bureaucracy of the district collector and going through the judiciary, through the judicial magistrate of the first class. So we appealed, the Indian Society of Critical Care Medicine, along with the Vidhi Center for Legal Policy, we appealed to the Supreme Court for simplification, and in January 23, it was heartening that we had a two-tier simplified process for withdrawal and withholding procedure in the ICU. In 24, we created the ISCCM and IAPC, Indian Association of Palliative Care, created this joint position statement. This is the fourth iteration of these guidelines since 2005, which integrated the clinical, ethical, and legal aspects of the decision-making into a big document describing in detail all the aspects that go into a decision-making. There are 14 sections of 50-page document, and everything is compressed in a nutshell in a 10-step algorithm, and which I'll go touch upon briefly. So the crucial point is prognostication, which has to be thoughtful. It should be centered around the question, what I'm offering, is it appropriate or not? This question we don't ask. And then we communicate appropriateness or otherwise, or the choices thereof with the family. And that is done through the family meeting, which is a crucial intervention in this process. The family meeting must take place within 48 hours of any ICU admission, even before futility becomes apparent, because we build a relationship of trust. So the whole decision-making is pegged on this relationship. So we offer the possibility of comfort care among the other tentative options that are available, and we discussed the pros and cons. And when this becomes very clear that the curative options are dwindling or not likely to succeed, we go into the question of palliative care or comfort care and withdrawal and withholding decisions by combining the beneficence and non-maleficence duties of care of the physicians with the autonomy of choice of the family, of the patient represented by the family or surrogates, or if there is an advanced medical directive, then to give credence to the choice made by the patient when the patient was competent to do so. So, through repeated conferencing, we arrive at a consensus position. And this consensus is arrived at between a primary medical board and the family. Primary medical board consists of the treating physician and two other physicians of at least 5 years standing who are part of the treating team. And that often happens in the ICU setting, that you have multiple disciplines involved. So this is as per the legal procedure laid down. Now, the secondary, then when this decision arrived at, it is submitted to the secondary medical board, which consists of panel of three other physicians who are independent of the primary board, one of whom should be CMO appointee. Now, this is a hurdle we can cross only if the government sets up a system by which the CMO is apprised of this judgment and the need to have an appointee from the CMO. We can have all the 6 physicians from the same hospital. We can have a standing committee of secondary panel so that we don't waste too much time. Even the Supreme Court says within 48 hours the decisions should be made because of the time-sensitive nature. So this hurdle we are trying to cross in the implementation by sending letters to all the districts, firstly the state health secretaries to intimate the districts about the Supreme Court judgment and facilitating these appointments. However, this is being done only in a few states. The process is long. But if we make appropriate decisions of withdrawal of life support in time, then we can have good cheer all around, this comfort, company, improve the visitation, and culturally significant activity. Allow them location of choice. If they want to go to a hospice or go home, allow that. And then have therapeutic conversations. It is not that you abandon the patient. In fact, you pay more attention to the patient, compassionate care by the bedside, engaging them in sensitive conversations, eliciting their concerns. Now, these guidelines, as exemplified in the ISCCM IAPC guideline, have been summarized for the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare through a panel of experts. And then this is uploaded for public comments last year. And then all the comments have been responded to, and the final document will be published with very little modification. So you can see that the ISCCM IAPC guidelines are getting the approval of the Ministry of Health, central government. Now, Maharashtra, there's a report that Maharashtra becomes the first state to implement Supreme Court's right to die with dignity judgment. I don't know how far that is true on the ground, but then there's Karnataka government has come out with a rule that this should be implemented, and what they have done to overcome the lack of CMO appointee is that you can take the brain death committee physician, because they are identified by a governmental authority. So one of them can function in lieu of a CMO appointee. So this is a big step forward, and this is what we follow in our hospital. So I'll give you a couple of examples and how it is done in practice. A 75-year-old retired bureaucrat transferred from another hospital for weaning failure, and several attempts over a month at weaning failed on the mechanical ventilator. He was on tracheostomy, fully alert, communicative. He was a former bureaucrat. And although he didn't have a voice, he could express himself through writing, through lip speech. And he had metastatic prostate cancer. He had chronic heart failure due to hypertrophic obstructive cardiomyopathy, and there were no treatment options. So he consistently desired not to be on the mechanical ventilator. He would plead to me, saying that, you must give you anything in writing, but please, just a couple of minutes. His family, daughter and son-in-law were fully approving of this decision. So in this context, what would you do? So out of all these options, we took the last option, fulfill ethical obligations of respect to autonomy and ensure dignity in death. So this was resolved through patient's direct request. When there's a patient direct request, you don't have to go through two panels of approval. And this is what the Supreme Court said. So because of the patient direct request, we weaned the patient and took the decision not to put him back, and control his symptoms through analgesia and sedation. And he had a peaceful end within a few hours, and there was satisfaction of the family and moral satisfaction among the physicians. So there was a holy man, 102 years old, ILD and oxygen dependent. He came to the hospital. He had a large following. They wanted to go the whole hog. We counseled them. And then we arrived at a midway, that is a time-limited trial of 48 hours. If it didn't work, then we would take it off. And this is what happened. They came back after 48 hours. And we took him back to the ashram and took the ventilator, extubated him there, and then gave him care, preemptive care before extubation, and then afterwards. And he had the ritual appropriate for a holy man, that is in a lotus position. He was buried, and all these rituals was possible because we could give him appropriate care. So I would skip this DCD aspect of it. When you have a decision made for withdrawal, then it may be possible to approach the family for a DCD, and then these two processes have to be decoupled, obviously. But then this is in the realms of possibility, and that's what we are exploring now. So there needs to be a cultural shift in the ICU, and then the ethical climate has to be fostered in the ICU. Physicians must train themselves in general palliative care in the ICU, and physicians must change their practice to a more compassionate care, more sensitive care, and then WALSD will open up the possibilities for DCD in this country, which we are all convinced will happen soon enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Raj. We'll take question after the second session. So you can just take your chair here. Raj, you can sit here. Raj, sit on the podium.
We have only one session, yeah, so we can go ahead with the questions, sir. We can go ahead with the questions.
Oh, we can go ahead with
Yes,
the
sir, because we have
Okay.
only one session. Yeah.
So Raj, you have been the spokesperson for end-of-life care in our country from the physician side for many, many years. The state, health is a state subject. Just like regional differences in organ transplants we are seeing in our country, the same is withdrawal of life support. As we went through the last guidelines, appointment of a CMO, a nodal officer by the state government, who we have to take permit, at least write him a mail that we are withdrawing support, has not been done in many states. Political reason or whatever. So what's your views? At least some part of the health should be under a central authority rather than giving it to the states? Like these things, these are applicable to every Indian citizen, isn't it?
I agree. This is a big paradox. Healthcare has a huge impact on the population and our economic health as well. But then it's stuck with this rule of state interest. However, I may say that even if one or two states take the lead, as has happened, Karnataka, Maharashtra, and maybe Kerala to some extent, but then this can be the shape of things to come in other states. What is happening is now the Central Ministry of Health has, through the Supreme Court, it has pulled up the state health ministries, state ministries. Why the Supreme Court judgment is not being implemented in their state? Okay, so they are calling it, what do you call, contempt of court, in fact. So there is some pressure from the Supreme Court on the state health ministries to take this forward for implementation. So I think it is moving, although very slowly for our comfort, but then it is moving in the right direction as of now.
Anything from the chairperson or anyone from the audience would like to? Yeah, I think there is a. Can he have a mic?
Thank you, Dr. Mani. Always good to hear you. What do you think? I hear that Karnataka, we spoke to one palliative care gentleman and he said we regularly do withdrawal of care. So what are the numbers you think we are doing now, withdrawal of life support in our country? Do you have any stats on this? And the acceptance of our critical care physicians on the Supreme Court judgment, the attitude to withdraw, because that's again very important.
See, there is a slow change in the attitude of intensive care physicians across the country because, we've all made these position statements together, there is change on the ground in the sense that at least in qualitative studies involving interviews of clinicians, it shows that they desire to have appropriate care. They desire to have ethical conduct in the ICU. So that is a good beginning. And there are a few, although they are few in number, there are centers where withdrawal, withholding are being done. Okay? May not be in large numbers, but they are being done in principle. So this is the way beginnings are made. How many numbers? I think the full 40% of patients in the ICU are in some sort of inappropriate care. This I can say offhand. And some of them may be candidates as donors. If we take the decision properly, withdrawal decision properly, I think the potential of a pool will be far larger than DBD pool. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. If it gets going, it will be many times more.
Do you think it's too premature to talk about linking, withdrawal of care with organ donation? Is it a little premature in a country, or shall we do it only in selected centers?
No, I think if it becomes, see, in our country, there is a threshold. Okay, if the threshold is crossed, then it opens up because the sheer numbers, the weight of numbers, even the proportion is small. As you see, we are in the top 10 of the organ donations and numbers. So similar thing can happen. We can be similarly placed for DCD, in numbers, if not in proportion.
China, what they do is they do what is called DBD DCD, in which if they have brain death, they will wait because they don't have brain death as a law. So they wait till cardiac death and then go and do organ donation. That's how they do their numbers. Apparently, that's what, when she told me, the Chinese girl, that in brain death, they'll wait for patient's heart to stop. And then they'll go ahead and...
how this will help is if the heart stops, you don't have to resuscitate. Okay, you can take a DNAR decision. DNAR decision, part of withdrawal, withholding decisions. With withholding decision, it's in principle. So that will improve your organ viability. Okay, if you have a DNAR as well in place. And which is what should happen. If you have a DBD in place and brain death in place, diagnosis, automatically there should be a DNAR. So should this happen, it happens in a good proportion, then you don't have to go through the motions of a CPR and ruin the viability of retrieved organs.
Yeah, Dr. Argo, please.
What is the process, like if we link the two, like after withdrawal of life support, and then how long do we have to wait? Because here the warm ischemia
Sure.
time is very important.
Yeah, all this we have spelled out in the DCD document. The no-touch period is 5 minutes, by our consensus. And obviously you de-link the two process, but you do a thorough job, once the withdrawal is done, okay, it's all signed off, then a coordinator can approach the family for possibility of organ donation. And then if they show evince an interest, then everybody chips in and then organizes the whole process. So,
The family has to be approached beforehand.
yes,
They have to agree.
beforehand, before. It is unlike the brain death, which is done after. This is before, this is before actually you withdraw.
Organ
And then-
retrieval surgeons, everyone has to be.
Everyone has to be, retrieve, everybody were, so there is a coordination process, there's a coordination step there afterwards.
Good evening, everyone. I'm from Kastuba Medical College, Manipal, and we have a palliative care department in our center. With the help of Mani sir and other pioneers in palliative care, we have developed the Blue Maple protocol for end-of-life care, and we have been practicing withholding and withdrawal for the last 5 years. Of course, initially we had a lot of resistance from physicians and surgeons, but now everybody is asking for it, and our numbers have definitely gone up. Thanks to Mani sir once again.
So just two comments, sir. First is, before talking about DCD, I personally think all the intensivists should be comfortable for withdrawal of care. Now we all are aware that it is legal. Now those 5 years ago, we were thinking whether it's illegal as such. But first thing is withdrawal of care, where we are stuck right now is still about the secondary medical board. What Karnataka has done, that is an amazing thing. If that can be done on a national level, that hospitals already have a brain death committee. If that is approved even for the secondary medical board, it would be easier for everyone, and hopefully that will help for more of withdrawal of care. Once everyone is comfortable doing withdrawal of care, definitely we will be more comfortable to do the DCD in future. Second, just a comment, sir, regarding the end of life. With my training back in Sydney, what I have seen is we don't do that well end of life care. And the feedbacks from patients, families, which I get, very small things, but that gives a good closure to them, especially having family around during the end of life patients. And we just give them an option. If the patient is spiritual, you can play some hymns in small volume in a silent room, or even for that matter, if the patient likes some music, just play the small volume of music. And the families have such a good feedback that they felt so nice that patient was comfortable during the end of life, and they could do what the patient liked at that time. So this small thing made a big impact for the family.
See, for one thing, the good communication and a free communication, good listening and sharing of values, it improves the atmosphere, it improves the relationship. You said the intensivist has to be comfortable with the withdrawal decision. I would say the intensivist should become uncomfortable with inappropriate treatment, okay? Because this is the more likely happening. People on ventilators who ought not to be, and you know it. And yet you allow things to go on, drift, because you don't know how to do anything better. You have not explored how to implement ethical practice in the ICU. So this is why, and your comfort level should be low with unethical practice. Huh?
Can I make a
Then if you
comment?
become uncomfortable, then you become an ethical practitioner.
Can I just add to a very good presentation, Dr. Mani? I liked your comment on dystopian death, which has become the norm, that we die in a very dystopian environment, and there is no comfort really at the time of death for most people nowadays who land in a hospital. In that context, I would just, 2 points. One is the definition of organ donor. Dr. Shroff presented that, we are still looking at organ donors per million population. But he also pointed out that the main hindrance to organ donation after death is in the hospitals. So actually, a point that I would like to make is that the definition of potential organ donor has changed now. It has to be hospital-bound patient and inpatient is the first criterion. Second is age less than 75 years. Third is a cause of death that is consistent with organ donation. When you look at these three criteria as a potential organ donor, not per million population, your statistics, sir, may change and your input will be required for that last point. Is the diagnosis consistent with organ donation? For instance, you presented a patient with disseminated malignancy. Obviously, that's not, 102 years, I don't know. Maybe it's still possible to donate, I think. So the other point that I like to re-emphasize what you said apart from the dystopian issue is that you all have published guidelines for withdrawal of life support in the context of organ donation, where you have to, it is a publication right now, and you have advised that there should be a 5-minute handoff period. And that is exactly what is being followed in other countries. The only exception, I believe, I'm told, is Italy, where they have 20 minutes of handoff period. In US, it is still 5 minutes. Now you may, think that 5 minutes is hardly any time, but when you look at withdrawal of life support in the context of organ donation, the patient usually goes into into an agonal period, however you define agonal period. Some people say that it is systolic blood pressure less than 80, but for the most part, liver transplant people are saying systolic blood pressure less than 50 is the start of agonal time. Then after agonal time, there is a circulatory arrest. We generally take off all the EKG leads. We do not want pulseless electrical activity to confuse the issue of diagnosis. Once the pulse waveform from the arterial line flattens, then you have to wait 5 minutes and auscultate to see that there is no activity. And then the treating physician from the treating unit will declare the death. For those 5 minutes, the surgeons who are there for the transplant are in another room. They're nowhere in that area. And usually there will be family members with the patient in the operating room. If there are many hospitals which say no family member can enter. In that case, we go over their head to the CEO to say that no, you can't have this rule. This is a family affair, like you said, to avoid a dystopian situation. And I really appreciate your comments, especially your guidelines, which you all have published as a Pulmonary and Critical Care Society. Congratulations and thank you.
All these have been touched upon. After 120 minutes, if the death doesn't take place, then we don't retrieve the organs according to our guidelines. And then there's a stand down period. And then you transfer the patient to palliative care. That's what is done.
Dr.
And I agree up to the point of, where they're, before the OT, patient is taken to the OT where the withdrawal is done, family is allowed to be there and support the patient.
Raj, there is a comment from Dr. Avnish.
So we still haven't had a single secondary medical board in the country. I'm in touch with all my hospitals, everybody. So we are still waiting for that. In fact, one of my hospitals in Bangalore did because you have a brain death committee as a secondary medical board. But then the next step of informing the judicial people, they even went to their office and they refused to accept. They asked for the email, they didn't give their email. So we haven't reached that stage. So if we can't implement the Supreme Court judgment, Dr. Shweta Priya, are we still withdrawing support without following the primary secondary board, or it becomes a problem now? You are still doing without primary secondary board? Dr. Mani, is it okay?
We are doing that. We are doing in our hospital. We are following the Karnataka government rules. So, and we have put that because this system is not in place doesn't mean our patients can't get the benefit of ethical practice. We are implementing up to the point it's possible, isn't it? We can't do without the help of the system in place.
I would say that it's fine for a terminally ill patient, what they're doing. But if it comes to organ donation, then you have to be extremely careful. And I think having a secondary medical board is a cushion which we should use. Well, we should get into any challenges afterwards. So I think if it comes to organ donation, definitely must. With a terminally ill patient, I think it's much more easier to do withdrawal.
Exactly. I'm slightly worried about doing this
You see,
after the
when
Supreme Court,
before we
not following the primary and secondary boards. We might land somebody in trouble.
Dr. Avnish, what I think is, before we translate it into DCD process, we will need all those systems in place. But prior to that, there is a lead time when doctors become comfortable with doing a withdrawal, right? We have not got that stage. For example, in my unit, we are comfortable doing a withdrawal. I will give you two examples from my own cases. This will happen. This will have a ripple effect. And then in the meanwhile, the system, is slight, inch by inch, the system is coming into place. As you can see, some of the states have taken the lead. And Ministry of Health has taken the lead to publish a guideline. Okay, so these are very important developments.
But Raj,
in the milestones that we have crossed.
to apply this to all ICUs all over the country, there has to be a very robust system. It is possible in your ICU because you are there, you see. And so that's why I think it has to be, as Dr. Avnish said, there are apprehensions, the hospital administrators have apprehensions because of the legality. So you need a very robust and backup of hospital administrations. In the West, 90% of the deaths in ICU is due to withdrawal of support. In my ICU, only 10% of the deaths in ICU are due to withdrawal. All the
we need champions in every unit, like Shwetapriya and Naveen Salens and Kasturba. What we have to do is we have to inspire our colleagues, okay, to be champions in their respective units, and this is taking place.
Yeah.
See, there are more takers now than there were a decade back, for instance.
Sure.
So I think this change is coming imperceptibly, but it will gather speed, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So I have one question. Can I ask for Dr. Todi and Dr. Moni? Who are the ideal person to allow the patient's organ donation completed? Who are the ideal members of the family? Number one. And number two, before giving ventilation, can the patient opt for that by writing that I won't go in ventilation beforehand? These are the two questions.
What she is asking is withholding and withdrawing. Ethically and legally, there is no difference between these two. But perceptionally, you see, I have seen that withholding becomes a bit easier rather than withdrawing life support becomes a little more tedious. So that is one of the issues. But ethically, legally, there is no distinction between withdrawing and withholding. As regards her second question was, who will be the next of surrogate decisions?
It is the practice, the more you practice, you get good at it. If you, your initial apprehensions, if you overcome, then withdrawal will be equally easy, but withdrawal needs more documentation, more accurate documentation. It needs a proper system, and knowledge of how to control the symptoms, preemptive.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So we'll end this session and we'll go on to the next one. Thank you all. Thank you, Raj. Thank you, Chair.
Subhash Todi to kindly stay put on the dais. We'll begin our next session for today, which is donation after brain death. And for that, I'd like to once again invite the moderators on stage, Dr. Subhash Todi, Dr. Ellen Tripathi, our chairpersons, Dr. Amlan Mandal, Dr. Indranil Ghosh, Dr. R.N. Bhattacharya, Dr. Dipendra Pradhan, and Dr. Saurabh Kole, please. Please come on stage. I'd also like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Avnish Seth, and he's going to talk to us on the nuances in setting up organ donation programs. Please.
go ahead? Yeah. So our program has got a bit awry because of delays in flights, but we'll go on relentlessly, just like we do in organ donation. And every place has its idiosyncrasies, and I find no laptop on the dais is a very Calcutta thing. We need to relook at that. Every time in Calcutta, I find this situation. So, yeah, maybe tomorrow. So what I'm going to talk about, let's get down to the basics a bit now. We've had a lot of talks on ethical issues, etc. So what I'm going to share with you is the nitty-gritty, what I have learned over the last 20 years with armed forces, then 18 Fortis hospitals, and now we have gone to 48 Manipal hospitals. So Manipal is a good group to work with because you can put things together. And we have a large number of transplanting hospitals. And this is where one needs to focus. I won't be touching about the non-transplanting ones. But as earlier speakers have said, it has to start from the top. Organ donation is happening only in hospitals where the administration is interested in it. I'll give you examples. But besides all this, where we are missing out is data collection and analysis, introspection, and quality assessment. So that again is an issue that we'll be addressing tomorrow. So just to show you the top-down approach, my Director General Armed Forces Medical Services pledged. I had this big card in his room behind him, like a Man of the Match award. My CEO of Fortis pledged it. And the CEO of Manipal, Dilip, he couldn't make it today, but he's been very supportive and he has pledged. So it has to start from the top and nothing like our national leaders supporting it. So everything is, you can see, we are standing here because it's coming top down, otherwise this meeting wouldn't have happened. And whatever I'm going to say, we published in a nice journal because of our experience in our various hospitals. So the first thing I have to tell people who are still in the nascent stage is applying for and updating your brain death committee. When we started, we used to have 4 or 5 big names, professors only. We were very wary of brain death committees. But what I do now is tell people to make a nominal roll of all specialists in the hospital, maybe 70. Take a red pen and cross out all the transplant teams, and you're left with everybody. So the person on call should be signing for brain death. We are not in a stage where it's a rocket science anymore. It should be like a call person doing the story. It's not a big deal anymore. So we need to stop sensationalizing organ donation. It has to become routine. And so just add whatever names you have onto and get your permission. And I think the Achilles heel, as Dr. Shroff mentioned, is in our own hospitals. We are not identifying our potential donors. And if I'm going to spend the next 5 minutes on this, please excuse me. So when my hospitals tell me that we don't have brain deaths, I show them this paper. We showed way back in 2009 that 30% of all neurological deaths, if you see on the left side, anybody dying of a head injury or a stroke, 1/3 of them would have a brain death before their heart stops. So if you're actually looking for brain death, 1/3 of the time you are going to see brain death before the heart stops. This is world data, and we are no different. So how do we identify early in various hospitals? What we have done is included in the daily morning briefings or the reports that come, and we have recommended a hospital organ donation committee, which has 3 people, chief of critical care, chief of the hospital medical admin, and the chief of nursing. And we should have a monthly report coming out, which we get from all our Manipal hospitals within our system, and then we need to audit. But what I'm very proud of is this. We have rolled this for all our Manipal hospitals, that whenever a GCS goes 5 or below, we send out an automated alert. I realized that we are doing an Apache 2 score for all our ICU patients, and that had GCS. So with the use of our IT, we are sending this message to these 5 people, head of medical services, critical care, chief of nursing. And then I'll tell you how I came upon this nursing person called supervisor nurse organ donation. and a transplant coordinator. So they all get a text every time a GCS is 5 or below. So we wanted to start before the brain death. We need to capture people before death. So our mission statement in every hospital should be to identify all potential donors, report them, test them all, and approach all families. So if this is what we can do, it will change the scenario in every hospital. So what we did, this is the WHO definition of various brain death and organ donation related terms. So we have possible donors, potential donors, eligible donors, actual donors, and utilized donors. So when we get a monthly return from the government, we send from various hospitals, unfortunately, we are reporting only this. When people are doing the 2 sets, then they said we've had so many brain deaths. So it's quite useless to have that as a figure. So what we proposed way back in 2022, in fact, we had the Chintan Shivir, the Prime Minister orders Chintan Shivers or deliberations in various departments. So Director Noto should be here shortly. He's been hijacked by the Roto for meetings today, even though we invited him. And when he comes, he will tell us more about this. But this is the presentation I made there, that we need to sub-classify potential donors, not just put them in one basket, into potential donors identified, those by the critical care team, PDI. When the critical care team finds 3 brainstem reflexes, he is your person. Then we report that. We report that to the organ donation committee. I'll tell you how we have implemented this. And then we evaluate. We don't say this patient is unfit for organ donation and never report it. Then optimize, tested, and eligible. We need to have all these figures going. That is the real crux of the problem. So look at this. This is my own hospital. We ran it as a pilot project, and then we done it pan Manipal. So we got 249 alerts, and then we divided them. There was a lot of, because alerts will come for all the diagnoses. So divided them into those relevant to organ donation and others. So if you see here on the left side, the GCS alerts relevant to organ donation, strokes 32, head injuries 4, brain neoplasm 10, and anoxic brain injury 4. So these are the guys we would like to look at more closely. And what were the outcomes? So these we call prods. So we need to prod ourselves, patients relevant to organ donation. So these, what was the outcomes? Improved and discharged 22, LAMA without brain death pathway 7, cardiac death 7, and brain death pathway 13. So this 13 is what we need to capture. And how do we capture? By this monthly report that we've generated and given it to Director Noto, that every hospital should be doing this for SOTO. But within our Manipal system, we get this from all our hospitals on a monthly basis. And this is what we calculate out of that. So tomorrow I have an interactive session on how to calculate all these parameters so that we can become as good as any other country in judging our performance, or how good we are in our organ donation system. So based on what I have told you, we can easily calculate all these parameters, and we'll actually have an exercise tomorrow to see how we do this. And we need key performance indicators for India. So far we have KPIs for Spain, US, etc., etc. How about us? So we need to do that. Next is the counseling room. Now we come to the next step, which is counseling. We must have a room. Every hospital must have a room for counseling. That's very important. And so look at that. Maybe 20 years ago, we put these kind of posters in the counseling room. So if you have a little baby who has donated, you leave the family in that counseling room with a glass of water. You don't really need to do much. Half of your counseling is done. So counseling in the corridors, counseling with somebody talking loudly, it doesn't work. So if you don't have a counseling room, use the prayer room. Let them take out their chappals and sit down with you and talk. But you can't have somebody talking loudly in the corridors. And I would love to see this in Calcutta, in every hospital. So this is probably the motto which tells us to do this outside in every hospital, where Dr. Shroff was talking about a required request. It's a great opening statement when you talk to the family. If you tell the family that I'm required, we are sorry that you've lost your loved one, but I am required to tell you something by the government of India. I am required by law to tell you that your person is brain dead and you have an opportunity. And what is that opportunity? Is to donate. Now that has to come down in this particular sequence, and this board outside will help you. Every hospital, especially in various places, you can decide this board should be there. And I keep telling the transplant coordinators when we train them that you are the specialist in organ donation in your hospital. So any question is asked, MLC karna hai, nahi karna hai, isme kya hoga, what form is to be filled, you are the specialist. So empower yourself by holding on to all these documents. And this is something which we can discuss. We always say कि यहाँ तो organ donation होता नहीं है, this transplant coordinator doesn't do anything. We need to have a team approach. We need to have a group approach. And this is what I have suggested. Most of us do it actually. First session, you have the neurosurgeon, neurophysician, transplant coordinator. Second session, the transplant coordinator becomes the lead with medical admin, nursing supervisors help. Third session, you can have transplant coordinator with some nursing supervisor and some family doctor, religious leader, anybody you want. But don't leave the transplant coordinator or the ICU doctor alone about talking about organ donation. Celebrity endorsement, you can do as many as you want, but this pledging we have in some of our Manipal hospitals, these kiosks that you see on this side, you have the welcome Dr. Anil, and we have the NOTO's QR code available in our lobby in various hospitals, you can pledge. Donor family felicitation, again, we make stamps for them, we have made various memorials for them, and very importantly, we publish an obituary free of cost in the local language of the patient where they belong in that town or the city. That's also goes a long way. And continuous engagement with the police is very important. You have to constantly engage with them, otherwise you land up in trouble. This is the first green corridor that we did, and everyone told us that organ donation to hota nahi hai, pure Delhi ko rok ke rakh diya, and this was in August 2014, and within few months we took the heart 32 kilometers in 29 minutes and transplanted. So engagement with police is very important, and also don't do it all the time, because I find some people are doing green corridors for a kidney or stuff like that, just to get the news. It doesn't work like that. Keep it when you actually need it, otherwise it's not going to help. And if you want to have a successful organ donation program, you must have a cornea donation program. If you're not having a running cornea donation program in the country, in your own hospital, you will not have an organ donation. After every death, your whole system has to be primed to talk to grieving families. And what better than asking for corneas? So look at this, I'll show you. This is our nurse-based cornea donation program that we have put up in every Manipal hospitals. And just to show you data that we have collected from WhatsApp groups, so code angel groups we call for all Manipal hospitals, almost 4,500 deaths, contraindications remaining, but all this is done by nursing people with 1 hour training. And if you see here, 108, so 216 people or 216 people are having vision because of that one question that the nursing person on duty asked, that would you like to donate your corneas? So Vijay, we are missing out on so many because we don't ask. DCT has been spoken about very often. I think I'll skip this. We can talk about it. We have a talk later, but I'll only tell you what happened yesterday. I think everybody should know a little about it. So in our Manipal hospital, we had a 55-year-old lady. She had motor neuron disease and bedridden for years, very evolved family of doctors. And when she was brought to hospital with hypoxia, they refused ventilation. They said, you should let her go. So my ICU team was ambu bagging her, and the family was requesting for organ donation. So we had done something interesting, and this is our national consortium on normothermic regional perfusion, and so many of us from the consortium are here today, we spent multiple sessions over the last 2 years and come up with how to do a low-cost hybrid ECMO so that we don't spend more than 1 lakh rupees and restart the circulation for about 2 to 4 hours in a dead person so that the heart and the lung and the liver can be taken. That is the exercise we did yesterday. And this is when we had the dry run. Just like the dry run for Green Corridor, it worked within few months. We did this dry run in my OT and ICU. So many of our seniors were there. Dr. Philip came from US from that time too. And we laid out all the equipment that was needed, and we realized that we have everything. And yesterday when we did it, it happened because we were ready for it. The lines were put, heparin was given, circulation started, and after 4 hours, the lactate was 2.7, LFT was normal, KFT was normal. It was unbelievable, and all the organs are doing well. And a lot of issues are there. Dr. Anil is here in allotment of the organ. Nobody in the country was willing to use those organs. So all the hard work is done for 1.5 days, and then nobody wants to utilize them. So we, with great difficulty, Dr. Philip was again sitting with us till 3 o'clock last night in the lobby of the hotel where we have checked in. And all this we did remotely, sitting in Calcutta, and all this was happening in Manipal Hospital, Delhi. So I'll just close here, but just to show you that we made a little system that you can self-evaluate how good you are in organ donation. 20 parameters that you score 2, 1, and 0. Involvement of hospital administration, attitude of neurology, neurosurgery, whether everybody knows what to do in SOP, whether you have an organ donation committee, whether reporting potential donors. Do we have a brain death committee? What is the commitment and experience of critical care? Number of potential donors, transplant coordinators. So we pulled out criteria like that. Do we have a counseling room? When the transplant coordinator goes away, do we have somebody else? Donor optimization being followed, pledging, workshops, etc., etc., etc. And when you will fill your own hospital, you will get a score something like this. This was the study that we did. And we showed that if your score is 30 or more out of 40, 100% you are ready for organ donation. But if your score is 15 or less, none of them had even a single organ donation. So you can identify what parameters you have not scored and work towards them. It's important to objectify. This especially comes in handy when we visit a hospital. After spending a day with them, when we sit and score and tell them that you need to do this, it helps in that. And just the last slide, that the Champions League in your hospital is everyone for organ donation. It is not just the ICU people. For example, just to give an example, the F&B guy, we put the family we allot them a room in the hospital. And the F&B guy is providing them tea, coffee, snacks. So they are looked after, they are resting, and they have a captive place if you want any signatures or last minute consents or something. So these are the small things that one picks up as we go along. Billing department. Every morning at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, a text comes that 1.5 lakhs is outstanding. So you have to tell the billing department, hold on, this is a organ donation, this is not going to happen. So you'll find your whole hospital security, you have to tell that this family is a donor family, deal with them softly. If they want to meet, let them go. So you'll find that nobody is left in the hospital which is not touched by. And I show this slide quite often actually, and this worked for DCD for me yesterday, that if you need to do something, first is your prabal ichha, your deep, deep desire. Second is hard work. Third is once you fail, you keep at it, lagan, parishram, perseverance, and then only you say that hamari to kismat mein nahi tha ki DCD hoga. So thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Avnish, for the lagan. And for those who are not aware, he's a full-time gastroenterologist. And this is his passion. So, all of us who have our own speciality, doesn't mean that we cannot involve into this program. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Avnish. Since Dr. Deepak Gupta hasn't arrived yet, he has. He's on the way. So we'll take one more session and we'll have question and answers after. We have them now.
Yes, because after that they're quite unrelated.
Okay.
We have some questions. Yes.
So we'll open it up to the question. Dr. Avnish, in order to decrease the signal to noise ratio in this GCS alert, in order to avoid alarm fatigue, because just outside I was told by one of my colleagues who has started getting GCS alert that most of these alerts are coming from CTBS ICU, where people are on sedation, are on ventilation, have a GCS of less than 5. So what are the ways you think we can decrease this alarm fatigue?
So that's a very important question because it's taken me 3 years to get the GCS alert going in a system. Now it is up to the individual hospital to refine it. You have to tell us that out of your 7 ICUs, which are the 3 relevant to organ donation. That has to come from you with your interaction with us. And your local IT can get rid of it. Sometimes the IT goes off, they will send you GCS 6, 8 also. So they will learn. So we need a lot of feedback now. This has just been fired at all of you. It looked like a lot of noise, 10, 15 text coming. But more noise is okay than no noise. It's very easy. If you look at my figure, out of 40 with GCS 5 and below, 20 have survived. What does it tell me? Either we are very good at critical care or we are doing GCS on sedation. Agreed? Most likely it is the latter. If that be so, it's okay. That they are not organ donor people. We are not missing anybody who has a prod, potentially something which is related to organ donation. We are over-diagnosing him, it's fine. Maybe after 5 years, you'll find that the noise has come down, but you have to control the noise. I get very annoyed calls from my chiefs of critical care that what is this? It's going all over the place. That's it. First, be thankful that you're getting it after 20 years. 2, take over. Show me some ownership and refine it for me, and let's have a meeting on Zoom and sort it out. So it'll give us a few months to sort it, but it's nice. It's working for my hospital because we have Sukhvinder, me, everybody there, and we have managed to show you some data. But I would love to show you this data for 48 hospitals next year.
Just wanted tool, it has to be more sensitive. Being a screening.
Exactly. This is about sensitivity rather than specificity.
I just wanted to know, Dr. Said, great presentation. I just want to know what period of time, when you showed us that audit data of identification, great. I mean, we keep talking about these audits. It's the first time in 30 years I'm seeing something like this. Great, big congratulations. Please publish it. But just tell me what period of time did you identify?
We'll be actually giving an exercise tomorrow. So we are spending 45 minutes on this. So we started this in December last year and we analyzed it last month. So it's about 10 or 11 months data.
Amazing. Thank you.
Going back to your checklist.
Pallavi wants to say.
Yeah, please.
Going back to your checklist, you had 1 or 2 points around the attitudes of neurosurgeons. How do you measure that, and who does the?
Everybody will tell you. We have a lot of neurosurgeons chairing this session. So it's very important to have a team in the hospital which is thinking the same as everyone else. Now, if you look at it from the neurosurgeon's perspective, if they have operated on somebody today and in the evening that person seems to be brain dead, there is no harm in waiting for a day or 2 before you engage with the family, right? Everybody agrees? But so far what is happening is that is left to the neurosurgeon. What we want is that the report should be automatically generated like it is done for all over the world except India. Entire Europe, US, everybody, it's taken away from the treating. It comes automatically. And then we respect it, that this family need not be spoken to till the surgeon clears. But in our records, we know that we have a potential donor. And we make a time frame that, okay, by tomorrow lunch, we'll approach the family. Never approach it and let it go under the radar. So that is where it's very important that, in fact, one of my senior most, Sandeep Vesh, you know him so well, right? He is one of our biggest supporters and he makes movies on organ donation for us. That Deepak, has he arrived? Right. And Deepak is also doing a lot on this. So When everyone gets on the same page, we are not fighting different battles here. Everyone's on the same side, but we have to listen to their point of view and talk to the family only once they clear. That's very important. Yes.
Anyone from the chair, any questions?
So thank you, sir.
Last question.
Hello. So thank you, sir, for the beautiful presentation. I have two queries, sir. One thing is, as a surgeon, as a physician, whatever we are in the ITU, do we test for the brain death before taking the consent of the patient party, family members? And second is, in a case of medical legal cases of brain death, are they eligible for organ donation? So these are my two queries. Can you clarify on this?
I didn't hear you well, but I know the first question is very important. Do we need consent to test for brain death?
No.
Can we have a show of hands? Do we need consent to do apnea test? So there's your answer. So we have quite evolved over last so many years now. Apnea test is a part of day-to-day critical care, and we should be doing it whenever we have a suspected brain death. We don't need to have any consent from the family. Yes. Yes. And one more point is, I find in Calcutta, where there's a tendency which we are trying to change through our Manipal hospitals. In Calcutta, there's a tendency that we do not do the apnea test. We start talking to the family without doing the first set of tests. If they are inclined to donation, then we do the first set and then we do the second set. So whereas what we are trying to do all over is we do the first set and then we are in a much better shape to tell the family that we are sorry, you lost your loved one. We'll confirm it after 6 hours, but you lost your loved one. Without doing a test to make that statement would not be right. Yes.
To clarify your question, Pallavi, in OPOs in the US, when you get an offer or when you get a notification, you classify them in 3 tiers, tier 1, 2, 3. So most of what is complained, the possibility that there is too much noise, it will be just tier 1 patient. Tier 2 patient is when neurosurgeon is inclined to say that, this is not working, whatever the neurosurgery treatment is. And tier 3 is when they're ready to be going to the OR. So at tier 2 is when most of the work happens with the counseling. Tier 1, you are just keeping this patient in the radar. That this is a possible low GCS, may go up, may go down, but we're just watching. Between tier 2, the neurosurgeon saying, and tier 3, where they are actually ready for OR, is when most of the work of coordination happens.
And how does your trigger happen? Is it automatic from a software?
Trigger by law in America, if you are accepting Medicare dollars, and all the hospitals are accepting Medicare dollars. Medicare is the government is giving you money to look after some patients, certain number of patients, not all. If you're accepting Medicare dollars by law, you have to report what you just said. Any potential organ donor or less than so much has to be informed to the OPO. If they don't do it, they'll be flagged. If they repeatedly offend, Medicare will take action and stop their payment.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. His second question was, if a patient has a medical legal issue, can he be an organ donor after brain death?
When we started organ donation in Bangalore in 95, this was a pressing issue because it was not clear in the law. Our chief of forensic medicine in Victoria Hospital was Dr. Tirunavkarasu. He's rank of a DGP of the police. He took a decision that the ownership of the body will be the next of kin, not the police. And the forensic report is required for manner of death, not the cause of death. Cause of death is either obvious or they will be supplied by the treating unit. So there was absolutely no controversy about using medical legal cases. But you may want to have them involved in the autopsy. In America, if you have a pediatric donor, usually the medical examiner or the forensic person comes to the OR for the organ recovery and does the autopsy inside the OR virtually. But they are not trying to cut. You are doing the cutting.
Yeah.
They are looking at the organs. They are determining manner of death.
So we'll talk about it over dinner maybe.
I very quickly, just wanted to add one more point to this. All road traffic accidents are medical legal.
76% of organ donation in Tamil Nadu are from road traffic accidents, medical legal cases. So, and they are all young donors. So organs will always work. So you don't want to miss that group. The second group is, patients with brain hemorrhage and stroke and so on. And that's an elderly group. And that is just, mostly they are marginal donors. Mostly they'll go to DCD too. So that's why you don't want to miss donors. Unfortunate deaths. Very sudden, very unfortunate deaths. And they are the ones which gives you good organs, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll go on to the next session now. Thank you, Dr. Avnish.
Thank you, everyone. It's been wonderful, so much enthusiasm. And thank you, sir. I'd like to call upon stage our next speaker, Dr. Harsha Johari. And the topic is ethics in organ donation and transplant. Please.
Where is button for the next slide?
So you have PPT?
Huh?
You have
Huh?
So this is a slide. So just click on this. You can see on there on the TV monitor also. There the TV monitor also you can see there also.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Dr. Avnish, because he rang me up and said, you have to come and you have to do something very controversial. So that's the only reason I'm supposed to be here, right? But before I go to something controversial, there are two things I do like to mention. I am coming from a place where I've done a lot of ethical work, legal work, and in 2004, I was part of the committee which reviewed the original act, and we tried to make it more user-friendly. Now, from 2004 and now 2025, I find that that act has done as much as it could and requires very serious relook. Now, whatever we do, we have to be ethical. We have to be pragmatic. So I'm asking you to suspend your preconceived ideas of what we are doing and look at a different approach, a higher approach, a different approach. Sunil has just said something, for example, that in the last few years, our donation rates living across the world have more or less plateaued. More or less, going up a little bit doesn't matter. The demand is going way up and the supply is remaining just a little bit. DCD, we are trying to improve. But are we going the right way? That's my thought. And again, why do we always have to look to the West to tell us what is good for us? We are 1.4 billion people. We should be able to decide what is good for us. I don't require other people to tell me what is good for me as an Indian. Now, we need an Indian solution for organ transplantation. Now, this is a photograph which is always shown. Now, I put it to you that this contains by itself so many ethical issues, right? First, there is an issue of infanticide. Second, there is of disputed paternity. He is not his father. Third, there's animal human rights. You knock off some baby elephant's head. Then you've got Parvati, who takes skin cells and makes a puppet and puts life into it. Just a few days ago, we had the same thing in papers and we accepted it. But this is part of our folklore. Now, whether it happened or not, I'll talk about zero transplant tomorrow, but not today. But ethical issues. Now we come to the transplant bit. The fact that you can have an animal tissue put onto a human being and that works. And now add more. Central nervous system can be revived, which we are finding now in small brain, spine injuries and things. So a whole host of ethical issues here. Now, what do ethics have to do with organ transplant? The donor, if he's live, is normal and undergoes an operation he does not need. And that's why the law steps in. The donor deceased is the source of normal organs which are donated by his family. Again, a whole host of ethical issues come in there. To whom does the body belong? If it is to the individual, then he should be free to donate it to anybody during his lifetime or after. It's my pen, I want to give it to you. My car, I want to give it to you. I want to give my property to you. But my body, I can't give. But if we allow that to happen, then who stops me from giving one eye, one intestine 10 feet long, or one leg, or whatever? It's my possession. If the family, then any donation after death can be made conditional. If the state, how can it permit an individual to donate without his permission? What prevents it from incentivizing and honoring the donor to address the issue of acute organ shortage for transplantation? There is a world of difference between incentivization and inducement. And we keep talking about inducement, but I'm talking about incentivization. Ethics. Now, we keep talking ethics. The dictionary says relating to morals, treating of moral questions, etc., a set of principles. What is morals concern goodness or badness? You're going round and round in circles, doesn't say anything. Pygmalion, have you no morals, man? Can't afford them, governor, neither could you if you were as poor as me. That is the root of problem. Good ethical positions make for good laws, not always. You have got good ethical positions and you have unwise laws. PNDT is one of them, right? In India, people want a son, give him that son and then have done with it. But no, you have 6 women being born from the day they are born, nobody wants them, and then you have one sickly little boy. I mean, it is, we have to be pragmatic. Our culture is such. You want a son. Let the first one be by choice, by accident, the second one by choice, and then after that, throw the key away and lock them up. But you have to be pragmatic. But we are not. Ethics have varied. Same time, same place, different parts of the world. Slavery, monogamy, capital punishment. Even today, abortions in America are an issue. But in India, we had a very wise law coming in, the MTP. Abortions are still illegal. But MTP, if it's done in the proper way, is acceptable. So it's a wise law. But you have unwise laws as well. So ethical principles can be upheld as absolute, but the application cannot be unmindful of prevailing circumstances. Ethics are not elastic, but ideals to be held up and in a utopia. But you can't impose it without even seeing the impact it is happening. So if you apply an absolute principle in an unfit world, you're going to have problems. Principle of altruism. It's a sound principle. But it did not take into account the magnitude of problems, peculiar situations of donors and recipients in developing countries, sheer volume of patients who could be saved but not because of altruism. Deceased donation, same thing. Reality and needs are at odds. Any new solutions being brought forward are unprincipled or self-serving, that's what it is. You have other ethical issues, meaning and time of death, live donation, still acceptable. Animal organs over human ones, you'll have a whole host of other ethical issues coming in. Prevention of exploitation of poor. What makes a poor man want to part with his organs? Poverty. Eradicate poverty, donation becomes redundant. In the meantime, a vast reservoir of people who could be used if there is a suitable system of reward. Not inducement, again I'm saying incentivization. Altruism does not sit easy on an empty stomach. You are going on promoting altruism, it has lived its life. I think we have come to the end of its useful life. A principle that allows people to die for denial of available treatment cannot be ethical sound. Preservation and protection of human life is the first and foremost ethical principle. Family donors. We know there are so many families where just don't have suitable family donors. Many family donors, they exchange gifts to each other with some understanding. Doctors, the concept, daughters or paraya dhan, we will not take organs from the daughter, right? Is it more ethical to accept a family donor under emotional blackmail than an unrelated donor, transparently incentivized? Wife as donor, and over 7,000 transplants. I've had about 40 husbands given to wives and almost 1,000 wives given to husbands. There's something warped here, though. But that is also reflecting the socio-economic reality of this country. The breadwinner gets the transplant. So before we decry one, you have to see the reason. Is the act ethically sound? The real crux of the problem, idealism fit for utopia versus pragmatism for 1.4 billion people in a developing country. Try explaining to the patients or relatives of a patient that treatment which is available is being denied and that he's dying for a very sound and ethical principle. See what answer you get for that. Is it more ethical to accept that view, God? Governments around the world have financial relief policies for dependents of people dying in accidents. Dhoni goes and wins the World Cup. He's given X amount of crores, this, that, the other. Why the rest of the time did he go to lose? His job is to go and try to win. But you gave him an award because he's done something. Similarly with your soldiers, with your policemen. But does society have no duty to the family of a deceased donor who benefits 1 to 8 people by his death? Who gets killed on the road? Not the man in the car. It's a man on the cycle. And his wife, he's got a small wife, 2 small children, 1 old mother, they are reduced to abject poverty. But he's noble. And everybody gets benefited. Altruism does not sit easy on an empty stomach. So we have a situation where patients, donor institutions, professionals, the whole lot, nobody is happy. We keep talking about the same thing, PMP here, PMP there. We've got states which are larger than most Western countries. If you see it anywhere in the south, each state by itself has a PMP more than 20. And you are diluting with so many states across the country where there's no activity. So therefore you are now 0.8 and we are saying so bad. We're not bad. You know, the states which are picking up, other states are also coming. Their time will come. And yet, no civilized society can permit sale or purchase of organs. So, quo vadis domine, where do you go? This is India. You can see the magnitude of the problem. 1.4 billion people, the sheer size. You know, I will just skip these. The states, Sunil has talked about, we are the only country in the world which has got 6 seizures at the same time. Maybe in the same city also recently. Impact of Thota, Anilji is there. We have made strides. There's no question about it. When we started in the beginning, we had nothing. Now, in the last 30, 40 years we've been here, we have actually made strides. But is it making an impact? It's a drop in the ocean. Again, you can see the numbers. You know, numbers have gone up. Dialysis centers have gone up. Resources. The number of surgeons were less than 10 or 15. Now you've got about 60 to 350, but they're all part-time surgeons. They're not full-time surgeons. Their commitment is not to transplantation. Resources. If you had to dialyze everybody, it's in billions of dollars. Who can do it? Organ donor source. Again, the same thing. We've gone through this, I will not detail it. Deceased donors, donation after DBD and DCD, and now we're getting to xenotransplant, which I'll talk about tomorrow, but there's one whole new set of problems. We are not ready, and it's going to come. And there's not adequate debate about the ethics of it or the way. We don't have surgeons who know how to take out a pig's kidney, for God's sake. So, you know, planning siblings, practically no suitable family donor for large numbers. Unrelated, possible under special circumstances. But where to find such a dedicated altruistic donor? That is where the rub lies. The corruption which people talk about comes from there. So people are very, very careful about altruistic donors, and even in America, when they talk about live donations, so much donation, will that group of donors bear scrutiny by race and by background? The so-called friendship donation, which is accepted at face value and not here. So we are much more rigorous, but even then we are always having fingers pointed at us. Altruism and cadaver donation, again, it's a non-starter. Number, everyone benefits from organ donation, including up to 8 patients, but not the family of the usually poor patient because they are noble. Human rights, I will not, because you're showing me the time, but you cannot expect the surgeon to operate with trembling hands. I mean, always there's some sword hanging on his head. You know, that somebody is going to come along and complain, or somebody is going to say something, or he was actually not brain dead, but you pulled the plug. I mean, the law says you can pull the plug, but you can't do it, practically speaking. Is the act sound on medical ethics? You got all this wonderful stuff. You got about 100,000 patients of ESRD dying in India every year on the altar of altruism. This is a principle which is now has lived its life. So again, where do you go? There are some solutions: fulfilling the present needs, providing an honorable alternative, honoring the donor, right? Minimizing. All this is possible within the act as it is. For example, we say objectives, largely successful. Ethical principles, prohibition of sale, donation restricted to near relatives, acceptance of brain stem, all this is there. But some amendments which are suggested as far as the ethics are concerned, I'm not talking anything else. You honor an organ donor who makes a one-time donation, certificate of appreciation. We should give him some discounts, some benefits in jobs, bank interest, loans, whatever it is. Free or discounted travel benefits. A donor is having as much of an operation as a recipient, a live donor. Why is to be treated as some kind of an outcast? Yeah? Similarly with the families. Step to protect long-term welfare. Institutions should be responsible for the lifelong for its donors, for any medical problems arising directly from. Similarly, to ensure donor safety, recipients should take out a one-time premium LIC policy favoring the donor to cover risk to or loss of life at surgery. And they are the healthiest people, well scrutinized, so the donors are healthy people, live donors we are talking about. Steps to defraying and reimbursing for any expenses. A formula can be involved for such amount to be dispersed by recipient's institution for the treatment and convalescence of the donor to cover a reasonable period. It's in the law, but we have not implemented it. Steps to help kickstart. We have got the NTORC, which we already started. Government has financial relief policies, which were not there before. Many insurance companies, many public sectors, they're all doing that. Does society owe nothing to the family of a cadaveric owner donor who can save the lives of up to 8 people by his donation? Steps are taken to benefit live donors, suitably amended, could be extended to surviving next of kin who is becoming a cadaver owner. It would go a long way. Why can't the district magistrate or the superintendent police or the MP of that area go for the funeral? You know, make it into, if the organ is a national treasure, then the donor is a hero. And by doing that, you give them an importance. The moment of grief becomes also a moment of pride that we have done something good. Central fund, which is again there in the act, that we can be created for dispersal of people in a suitable manner. We haven't worked on that yet. To create a more vibrant national organ transplant program, objectives, awareness, education underway, dialysis in every district hospital already established, medical college, every medical college should have transplant activity, training of professionals. We have acute shortage of transplant surgeons. We don't even have good trauma surgeons. How are you going to harvest? How many people are dying on the highways every day and we don't have trauma surgeons? They don't know, first they can't save, and then recently this move, I don't know who thought of it, that you go over there, first you say, oh, you can be saved, all right, you go there, you can't be saved, let's have your organs. I mean, come on, is that realistic? I don't know who's put it up, but it's obvious that he's not empathetic to what is happening. Infrastructure for donor recipients registry, it's all right. 4-tier system in India, I will not even jump in. The Honorable Prime Minister has taken personal interest in transplant a number of times. And you've got a whole lot of things. Chintan Shiva took place recently, has not been implemented. Right? Before that, we had a white paper put up. A lot of people were there, still under the table, nowhere has moved. So we have the opportunity, address patient needs with an ethical, suitable alternative, remove causes of donor dissatisfaction. He is treated very badly. Alleviate insecurity, answer justifiable concerns of society, earn the gratitude of future generations. Let us not lose it. And as I said, altruism has reached a peak. Now we have to look beyond it. And otherwise, we'll keep talking. We require 20 times what we are doing now, and we'll still catch up with what they are now. So I think rethink on a larger scale. And this is my humble submission to you. Think of it this way, and I'm fully prepared to be bombarded today.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Harsha, for taking
Thank
up
you.
this very difficult subject. Do we have time for questions? Okay, so we'll open it up. Anyone from the chairperson? Ethical principles are not applicable to one particular country. They are applicable everywhere, like autonomy, malfeasance, non-malfeasance, beneficence, and distributive justice. This last ethical principle, the ethics of that in organ transplantation and donation, distribution of organs post-transplant. You know, what's the ethics of that? Where
Okay.
does the organ go?
So, excellent question. From the macrocosmic question, you brought me to the microcosmic, right? एक बीमार 100 अनार होते तो आप सब खुश हैं. एक अनार 100 बीमार. Should I give it to the young boy who's got a long life ahead of him? Should I give it to a middle-aged person who's got a family? Should I give it to a woman because she's persecuted? One kidney, who do I give it to? Or a retransplant? So we have to, again, I'll just take I will not name the person. There was a committee meeting, I think Dr. Anil was also there, when we were talking about giving points. Very nice, of allocation. And then I said that when we are busy giving points for a variety of things, why don't we give 5 to 7% weightage to people who are movers and shakers, people who are wealth creators, people who are actively doing something for society. For example, Tata is one, he's got how many thousand people working for him, but he's exactly the same points he's going to get. And the answer given to me by the then minister was, you want my job? So I said, then, he said, you asked for 10% for economically weaker section, I'll do it now. And a few weeks later, one of the chief ministers was hit by a car and they said, हमको liver दिलवा दो. हमने कहा मेरा ले लो. तो तुमसे कह रहे थे. So there is a double level of work which is going on. Some is lip service, some of it is facing reality. I have lived long enough, I have seen the progress, we have done well, but I personally feel altruism is something which in Indian society does not work. You do want something, don't have to give inducement, but you will definitely incentivize. Does not have to be cash, but there's so many other things which you can do. So I think we need to go beyond that. That is my take on the matter.
Yeah.
Sir, in our country, definitely live organ donation is much more than diseased organ donation.
I beg your pardon, I can't hear that.
Diseased organ donation in our country is much less. So, if the brain death declaration could be mandatory in every ICCU, then probably the organ transplantation could be increased.
Excellent.
So we have discussed this in many a time, and the policymakers are also there. So why brain death declaration is not mandatory in ICCU?
Okay.
What are the hindrances to do that?
Maharashtra, I believe, Tamil Nadu, I believe, Kerala, I believe, Karnataka, maybe, Andhra, Kerala, Delhi, it's mandatory. What are the number of people reported? 0. Because you can't get it out of your mind that somebody can be brain dead without your wanting his organs. Unless brain death becomes equally acceptable as cardiorespiratory death and take away the linkage with organ donation. Today you have got an intern or just passed and registered yesterday. He can declare you brain dead, though he can declare you dead, cardiorespiratory. But you require 4 senior people over 6 hours to come and say you're brain dead. So you give a big long certificate, you go to the bank, you go to the cremation ground, he says, what the hell is this? He only knows this much. Patient has died of cardiorespiratory failure. Sunil and I and all these people, we have been fighting tooth and nail to inform declaration of death. That the person has died, etc., etc. The cause maybe the mode of death was cardiorespiratory or oblique brainstem. Only then you will get this kind of acceptance. Then you bring in your organ donation.
We have a comment.
Yeah,
Dr. Mathur.
see, you said that why it can't be made mandatory. Actually, if you read the act, it is written there, it is the duty of in charge of the hospital and in charge of the RMP in charge of the ICU. Okay, I think the word duty itself is mandatory. If you look at the explanation of the act, because recently I was reading at the background, there they have used the word to make it mandatory. That's why they've included a clause in 2011 amendment. So it is the duty. Duty means it is a compulsion.
I think linking the brain death to organ donation, that created the confusion among the doctors.
I don't think so. I don't think so. See, it's a misconception when the people say that because the brain death is given in the Organ Donation Act, that means it doesn't have universal application. I was discussing with one of the High Court judge in the recent past, and he said that anything which is included in any law of the country, it's a law. It doesn't remain limited to that particular context. Because they have given the definitions. Their definitions are there. In the definition, they have defined what is a deceased person. And that's where it is written.
Deceased person in the definition includes by means of cardiorespiratory or brainstem sense, the sense of brainstem death. So it's there, but we require a certificate, a single certificate saying uniform declaration of death across the country. Then only everybody will have the confidence. You can't go explaining everything to everybody, but you have a law, you have to follow it. Simple as that. But it's not being followed because people don't understand, don't have the confidence.
Thank you very much. So we'll end the session here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you, dignitaries. It's been a wonderful session. And quickly moving on to the last session for the day, I'd like to call upon the moderators on the stage, Dr. Philip Thomas, Dr. Sunil Shroff, the chairpersons, Dr. Arpita Ray, Dr. Lalita Raghuram, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, please. Please come on stage. And I'd like to invite our much awaited speaker, Dr. Deepak Gupta. He will be speaking to us on strategies in early identification and management of brain death. Please.
Good evening, everybody. I can see Dr. R.N. Bhattacharya walking away. Sir. No, if you look at the kind of number of deaths and the number of donations which we are having in our country, they are far, far below than what we need and what we need for self-sufficiency. This is the international organization data which is available, and we are like 0.009, much, much below in terms of the organs. Now, where do you actually look for this so-called early? You know, I think the bottom line is it's the ICU. It's the ICU because not only the detection, the diagnosis, and the management of those donors, it can actually happen inside the ICU. So when it comes to us, the clinicians who are managing these patients, I think we play a very, very important role in so-called early diagnosis of brain death. Of course, we have a huge, huge mismatch between kind of supply and the need. Now, what are the things to be remembered before I actually tell you what I feel about how we can actually improve? Well, this is all that you need in your ICU. All you need is a CT scanner, an arterial blood gas machine, and some committed doctors. And I think most of the centers, most of the doctors who are sitting here in this audience, they are blessed with these two things in their setups. So this is all you need for brain death certification in a timely fashion. You really do not require any fancy gadgets or any add-on adjuncts to do brain death certifications like EEGs, TCDs, and so many other fancy things which I have enumerated in the slides. Now, I will just talk about my thought process on what are the strategies which the ICUs can actually adopt to improve the practices in your setup. First of all, I think we need to benchmark each and every hospital for doing these brain death certifications. The senior faculties working in the hospitals, in the ICUs, they should be identified, encouraged, and they should be working as facilitators, not as obstructors. I am working in a level 1 apex trauma center of the country with 3,000 beds in All India Institute of Medical Sciences. And I need not tell you what are the numbers of brain death certifications in the institutes in the past 3 decades. There are some reasons for that. The other thing is that, like it's been almost 30 years when the people have gone to the moon and people are now talking about DCDs. Yesterday, we had a fantastic DCD happening in Delhi, Dr. Avnish said. And most of the places in the world, the developed nations are talking about DCDs, and we are still stuck to the from the DBDs. Not only that, we are talking only about the TBIs. I mean, you ask a medico or even a professor, when you ask him which are the patients who can donate organs, the only thought which will come to their mind is TBI, head injury, nothing else. Why so? I think we need to wake up and this is what I'm doing by giving small talks in the meetings, thanks to Dr. Avnish said, by opening up their eyes and tell them that it's not just a TBI. Almost 50,000 patients with a stroke, subarachnoid hemorrhage, they can also donate their organs. Patients with the brain tumors, grade 3, grade 4 astrocytomas, glioblastomas, they can also donate organs. Children can donate organs. When I was a faculty, I'm talking about till the time I became a faculty, I did not even know that pediatric population can donate. That is why none of the donations happened in the pediatric age group at my hospital. And then we started doing it. So there's so much of ignorance amongst us. Snake bites. Everybody says patients who are affected with the snake bites, they cannot. There have been cases in our country. The message I want to give is that even a patient who has been bitten by a snake, of course, you have to wait for 5 days, you have to identify that's a neurotoxic poison, and wait if he has got some evidence of hypoxic injury on the brain on CT scan, even they can donate. People have done that in our country. The message I want to give is that even the rarest of the rare cases should be identified, because as Dr. Harsha just rightly pointed out, each and every organ is super precious. Each donor is super precious. You should not miss it out. It is our ignorance that we miss out many potential donors in the hospital. All the time, every day, that has to be identified. By the way, this is Cobra. The second one is Crate. And the only difference between the two of them, I don't know how many of you know, Cobra gives you blisters, Crate gives you nothing. It's a painless bite in the nocturnal, patients come and with a neurotoxic poisoning. And in contrast to the third one, which usually is not a very suitable case for organ donation because they have those vasculotoxic ones, source-scale vipers. The first two ones, after 5 days, the patient sustains some secondary hypoxic injuries. They can actually, we have almost like 50,000 plus deaths from snake bites in our country, a huge number. To talk about the donor detection, what I advocate and what we have started doing at AIMS Trauma Center is that we have made a small WhatsApp group of the residents. And I think the identification of the possible or the potential donor is something very important. Okay, so it's the residents and the transplant coordinators whom we actually grossly undermine, and we don't really give them so much of importance. They are the ones who are the backbones, and they need to be utilized to the maximum potential to pick up those things. And we always say that the patients who have a GCS of 3 to 5, patient is intubated on mechanical ventilator, fixed dilated pupils, they are your possible donor. And these are the patients you should not miss out, because they are the ones who are very likely to become brain dead in time to come. This is a beautiful chart which has been there. Many of you have read about the Glasgow Coma Scale. And now, there have been times when we were training our residents that 30% of the head trauma patient die, 30% survive, 30% they become vegetative. Gone is the era of talking about that. Now we have to prognosticate the relatives, what are the chances of unfavorable or favorable outcomes. And there's so much of data available now with the GCS peoples and the CT abnormalities. So let's say, for example, if a patient who is like 75 years of age with a GCSP score of 1 comes to you, he has got something like 87, 88% chances of unfavorable outcome. So if you tell to the family on the day 1, the chances of your patient dying or the mortality is almost 85 to 90% of the day 1. And when that person actually becomes brain dead, the chances of you getting a yes from that person becomes super high. And this is where we actually fail. None of the neurosurgeon, neurointensivist or the anesthetist is very comfortable telling to the family that your patient is not, they just say that your patient is not well. Nobody really clearly says that your patient is having a devastated brain injury or the patient is brain dead. It is where we lack to the maximum, and we should be very confident and clear in our interpretation and talking to the family that your person is brain dead. Brain dead means death of the person. Brain dead means it's an irreversible injury. If they come out with stupid questions like giving stem cells, this and that, your answer should be nobody has ever got up from the brain dead state. Of course, the second strategy I talk about is that you have to explore, you have to, of course, establish that it's a irreversible injury, but then you have to exclude few things like hypothermia, hypotension, and the toxin effects. So these are the things you must exclude early to pick up these patients in a timely fashion. And something very interesting that we have done at AIMS Trauma Center is that we have just sent it to all the residents, use a 6-hour window. You should never ever jump to diagnosis. Give some cooling off period to the family, to the ICU, and for the patient to stabilize. So everything. If a patient has undergone decompressive connectomy and a patient, we know that the person is actually, the brain is tight brain, swollen brain, black brain, the patient is dead on the table. But do not jump to declaration or making any decisions at least for 6-hour window. So we use this principle of 6-hour window for last few years, and it works quite well. The third strategy, I would say that, we talk about, I've grown up for last 2 decades listening that one person can save up to 8 lives. One person can save up to 8 lives. But does it really happen? No. If you look at the data of AIMS, of the data of India per se, 2.8. Maximum we are able to give 3 lives out of one person, and then a couple of corneas and heart walls. And we can actually improve upon that. Heart, lungs are the potential ones which we are actually losing. And all these things can be done if you do a very timely donor maintenance, so-called. So there is a very thin transition period wherein you have to change your management from maintenance of a kind of a brain dead person or critical ill person to a person who is brain dead. Because there are a lot of abnormalities, the hemodynamic abnormalities and other things happen in this period, and you have to manage. And you should know how to manage. Very few things which we did was when a patient is M1 to our ICU and we know that this person is a potential person, the first drug that we give to the person is vasopressin. We use it as an inotropic agent and it works like wonders. Then we give methylprednisolone to all the patients. It not only protects the lungs, but it also kind of takes care of the catecholamine surge which takes place in this patient. A lot of hemodynamic instability which used to happen, we have been able to take care of it now. And of course, all those nonsense drugs which are going on after the first apnea test is positive, they need to be stopped in a very timely fashion. And of course, the other thing which we started doing was having a drug cards. So many times you happen that you want to give some drug, let's say dopamine, and even some crystalloid solutions, plasmalide, they are just not there in the ICU. Methylprednisolone, altroxin is not there. If you have a dedicated drug cart in your ICU, and if you have a patient, then you are able to act very much in time. And this is the donor optimization bundle, the rule of 100, which we practice. And, this is a very simple way to remember how to look after the donor in your ICU. So I think the key strategy is the change in the mindset. We have to understand that the management has to change from brain-oriented intensive treatment to extracranial, because our first target is to maintain the intracranial circulation of the compartment. But once the person becomes brain dead, then our entire management should go to the extracranial circulation. So this is one concept which people have to understand. And of course, you have to understand that whatever you're doing, you are actually giving a care to multiple recipients at the same time. The final bottleneck, I personally believe, is that the lack of well-trained doctors and the transplant coordinators in India. And this is something which we really have to seriously work upon. And I believe if you say that the brain behind this entire brain death certification program is the well-trained, willing ICU doctors, then I believe that the spine or the backbone of this entire program is the well-trained, lubricated transplant coordinators. We have some numbers, some dedicated people, but most of the centers in the country, the medical colleges, they do not have a dedicated transplant center. Even my trauma center does not have a dedicated trauma center in place which is needed. Then of course, we need to have these certification programs and criteria. There should be good coordination between the team. At Trauma Center, we did few things. We did pick up in the numbers, then we again fall back for multiple stupid, crazy reasons, which I cannot talk on this platform. But yeah, what we showed was in case there is some willingness, if you have some protocols and enthusiasm to do something, you can shoot up the numbers from 2 to 16 in a year. It's doable. It's doable for sure. So you should have your institute protocols. You should have a known course, prerequisites. This I will skip it in the interest everybody knows about it. And these are the few protocols, SOPs, which we have at our center and we routinely practice. Just last two more slides, important ones I want to show you. These are the few SOPs which are there at our place for the maintenance of the donors. Then the other thing which I want to request the Director Noto is that to make it mandatory that, virtual autopsy, so-called, or doing a CT scan of the person after death is kind of becomes a routine in the rest of the country. It allays the anxiety of the families. You are able to hand over the patient back to the family ASAP. And also it gives a lot of respect to the departed soul. We did this survey just a few months back, and what we found was we don't have any dedicated training program for the residents in our country. Almost 40% of the residents, including me, we were never trained on brain death certifications ever, not even in the MCH neurosurgical program. We just had a question in the MCH exit. So this is something we need to seriously work upon. Then very recently, last month, what we did was we trained medical students in Italy, and we trained something like 800 students, and even the students were being made the chairpersons for the various sessions, and we did a one-day dedicated course, and I think this is the way to go. We have to look for the younger generation to be brand ambassadors for the organ donation program. This is, I would suggest that we implement it in our country. I don't think we have time for discussion, but I think we need to focus on the institutes, how we can have these protocols of these optimization bundles, SOPs implement in our country, how we can mandate the appointment of dedicated trained transplant coordinators at level 1 trauma centers and even in the medical colleges in our country. And are we ready for appointing students as brand ambassadors for the organ donation program? And of course, the last two things remains very questionable. We have discussed about it a lot, so I don't want to waste time by talking about it. So what we need is in the mindset of all of us, especially the people who are not in this hall, from the thankless job to a job which is actually worth doing it. Those who understand this concept, they will remain in this system for the rest of their life. And of course, there are few policy decisions which need to be changed. And he's my bright neurosurgical resident. He had a kind of a upper GI bleed, cirrhotic liver on ventilator for 2 weeks. And at ILBS, he underwent a liver transplant and is doing his routine neurosurgical procedures. So even a neurosurgeon can need a liver transplant. This is what I want to say. And the lady out there, she is the sister of Deputy Director Administration DDA at AIMS Delhi, who donated her organs, and she featured in the Mann Ki Baat by PM Modi. I think we need to really work cohesively together to make these changes happen. Thank you so much.
We have time for questions. Yes. Questions? Any questions for the Avnish? You want to ask? No. Anyone from the chairs? Questions?
Many times, if the patient is unstable, it becomes difficult to do the all.
I think it was on only. Just keep it close to your.
Okay. Many times, if the patient is unstable, it becomes difficult to do the brainstem, function test. So most of the time, what I do is, whenever there's a good opportunity, I take him down and do a CT angio, so that it becomes more confirmatory to declare the patient.
No, actually, it is not needed at all. I'm not an intensivist, but I'm a neurosurgeon who's managing these patients for last many, many decades. Most of these unstable patients, you have to just give them time, 6 hours to 24 hours window, and they become stable. I mean, I get patients in my ICU with a BP, systolic BP of 40, 50. Yeah? And I can pull on them for next 5 days easily. By hurrying for a CT angio hurriedly, this patient will not be fit enough for the apnea test. You have to optimize the patient. It takes on an average a day for patient optimization. And the drugs which we underutilize are methylprednisolone, grossly underutilized. Vasopressin, grossly underutilized. The importance of looking at the cause of the hypovolemia. People have been looking at the ultrasound for the IVC and CVP. Those days are gone. Now people are looking for the pulse pressure variations on the monitor. If you look at the PPP value, if it is less than 12 or more than 12, it gives you real-time data, pushing the fluids or no fluids. So you spend time with the patient for just 12 hours, 24 hours. Believe me, all the patients, they reach a very perfect stage and you can do an apnea test. The only times when I could not succeed in doing an apnea test was the very young children, wherein my colleagues could not put in an arterial line. It's very difficult to put in an arterial line for the ABG in very young kids. Only in those cases, we did some CT angiograms and we identified those patients for brain death certifications. Yeah.
Dr. Seth?
What is the time that you give methylpred?
Sorry?
What is the time that you give methylpred?
The moment I know that this patient is a potential brain dead donor, I give my dose of methylprednisolone, 1.5 grams.
Okay.
Yeah. And then sometimes I repeat another dose on day 2 or day 3, but usually it is not required. You can also give hydrocortisone, but we are very comfortable with the methyl, and also it is lung protective, we have to understand. It does no harm. We have given it to the patients who had got very high TLC count, culture positive, nothing happens to the patients. All do extremely well. It's a beautiful drug. Please try it out.
So we ask Dr. Seth.
No question, but a comment.
Dr. Seth can take the question if you don't mind.
If
Then
anybody...
I'll be quick, yeah. So that's an important point, that we don't have to wait for counseling the family before giving methylpred.
No,
every
absolutely
potential
not.
donor, we should give the donor maintenance and then keep engaging the family. My second thing, I saw that you have almost 400 deaths and potential donors were 200. That means almost 50% of your deaths you can diagnose possible brain
This was the
death, right?
best data I showed you 2023. The figures are much worse now.
That's a very important thing to know, that half the
Yeah.
patients who die with head injury,
Yeah.
you could diagnose brain death before the heart stopped.
Yeah.
Yes, Dr.
Yeah, my comment would be excellent talk from Dr. Gupta. We keep on hearing from him a very strong message that how we can make it a practice with a changed mindset in the ICU. And in previous talk, there was a question that whether any law change we need for DBD. For brainstem death declaration, we don't need any more change in the law. Only a change in the mindset sitting in the ICU and a little proactive role from the administrative stakeholders, that they will keep on asking the ICU, how many brain deaths have you done in last 1 month? Have all ICUs reported their brain death? That is only question that may be asked from each Shastra Bhavan, the government stakeholder, and the private ICUs would keep on reporting how many brain deaths they have done that month.
Pallavi, quick question, quick
Yeah,
answer.
very quick question. Dr. Deep Gupta, you said that we need to bring passion into the whole thing and stop looking at it as a burden. How do we bring that change, how do we get teams in hospitals, especially government hospitals, to bring in that passion? Because increasingly now we are hearing disgruntled voices from doctors. What is in it for us? Why should we do this extra work? And increasingly also openly demanding some form of a compensation. How do we deal with that, Dr. Gupta?
I personally feel, we need some mutations in the generations. It will take minimum two breed to bring the change, and I personally believe it's the medical students we should be targeting, and they are kind of so enthusiastic because when these people after 10 years, when they reach to a stage when they will have some say in the program, I think they will be more receptive. We were never trained, and we were trained under the people who were kind of against. Yeah, but then I reached to the level wherein I could take my decisions. I entered into this subject, and I'm very much into it. I think the
long will
medical
it remain
students is the
person-driven?
medical students we should be targeting really.
Sir, can I make a comment? Two comments. Pallavi, look around you at the moment. Those people who are sitting there, some people around here, who have made a difference. It was not because of the system, it was in spite of it. And people here have दीवानगी होना चाहिए. नहीं तो
Person driven चीज नहीं चल रही है. How do we?
नहीं, ये दीवानगी जो है, you take people more than 45 years of age. We have not been able to transmit it down the line. It's our failure. But the fact is, each one of us is doing something out of sheer passion. But one thing which we can do, Dr. Gupta, and I would request, about 15 years or 12 years ago, we had gone with the then DG to Spain to understand the system. And at that time, the question of bringing in transplant coordinators. He and I had a disagreement, but I was out of the government, so I had no say in the matter. In Spain, the transplant coordinator is probably the most senior person in the hospital. And if there's a potential cadaver coming in, he has the right to stop every single operation and say, prepare for. Whereas here, the transplant coordinator is the most junior and usually the least wanted. He was wandering around the hospital. And I had that with the then DG. I said, sir, why are we bringing in such junior people? Nobody will listen to them. But he said, and maybe he was right, that you start from the grassroots, let them be interns and house officers and gradually come up. I think the time now has come that we should relook at this concept of transplant coordinator, and the transplant coordinator should be one of the senior most people in the ICU or as a surgeon or whoever not involved in transplant who can bring cohesion in each hospital. And then it becomes a matter of right, and then you take it down. We are paying very little, we are training them very poorly, and they're the youngest people who really nobody listens to. But this is where the intensivist or the ICU can take a lead.
I think we should not give up. I mean, we have shown the rise in the numbers with Dr. Anil Kumar sitting out here. The numbers are on the rising trend. Of course, it's not so like what we expected. And a lot of new things are happening in India. I'm so proud to be in India now in this field of organ donation because now and DCD, sir, I'll sit with you for some time. Dr. Avnish, probably, let's see.
Dr. Gupta, very good talk. Congratulations on the passion you bring and the work. In Bangalore, they have now identified a donor care unit. I had 3 surgeons working with me last month in Texas, and they were studying what we have got. It has become like a model in America now, because they have found that it increases the number of viable transplantable organs per donor.
Absolutely.
So, you have very clearly outlined all the things necessary to optimize organs as when you move on from, trying to save the life. My question is, would you also be an advocate for a donor care center where the patient can be moved from your ICU to that other area where this is done exclusively?
So I think it's a strategic decision and it will take time. We are not ready for that as of now in our country because in a place wherein you are very hard pressed for the ICU beds, moving in a patient to a dedicated unit is a little bit challenging, I would say. I would rather err more on training of the doctors to do the certification timely and to maintain. Right now, I can say with the responsibility that I can manage a patient as good as any of the intensivists in the country. But we learned. We interacted with the intensivists all over the country and we made some protocols. And you have to be on the ground zero to be able to maintain, not just in the books. So your point is very well taken, sir, but I think it's a long way to go, I believe.
Last question, short, quick answer. Virtual autopsy, which you have been promoting for some time now. What's the legal standing?
I mean, we have been doing it in the COVID pandemic. Everybody was doing virtual autopsies. Yeah. And what you're doing is a whole body CT scan. At my center for the last 3 years, we have been doing autopsies for all patients. So I think it's all legal. I mean, there's so many things which law will not talk about. You have to do it. We have published in a scientific publication, Neurology India, and we have been doing it for last 3 years. What is wrong about it? The only thing in that virtual autopsy is you're not kind of putting in a sawbone on the head, waiting for the necrotic brain to pop in your hand, and asking a person who is not even matriculate to suture the body, which has been nicely closed by a cardiothoracic or a urologic or any other surgeon, nicely. This person opens up the body again, opens up the head, sees the pultaceous necrotic brain falling in your hand and closes. For what? Absolutely ridiculous and nonsense disrespect. Sir, there are so many centers. There are so many centers which do not have a forensic medicine person. The body is sent to another center.
Yeah, I know.
What nonsense?
I agree. I'm not disputing what you're saying.
I have spoken to my forensic medicine people.
Yeah,
it's
sure.
legal. That's what I have been told, and we have been doing it.
Dr. Mathur, short comment.
The reason, if what was legal during COVID period can be legal in the non-COVID period as well. So if the autopsy were virtual autopsy during COVID period, why can't it be done in the
You're absolutely right, but
non-COVID period?
COVID is a special law.
No,
During
there is no need for law. If what law was there to say that COVID period was valid?
The Disaster Act, if you look at it, a lot of things are overlooked in the Disaster Act, including the HIPAA guidelines in the US, they overlooked it. So you must look at that in a little bit more depth. I agree with you. I'm not denying that. I'm just trying to be the devil's advocate here. There could be, a traumatic brain injury due to road traffic accident. There could be an assault injury and brain death as well. And so, sometimes you could, in the court of law, would it be accepted? So far, we have not been tried in the court of law.
Sir, CT tells you more information than a forensic medicine person when he looks at the brain. Everything can be clearly.
I think solution will be that the forensic people, they also have an annual meeting. There, this topic should be discussed, and the people like Deepak should be speaker there and talk to them and let them get the consensus document. On that, we accept it.
Can I ask Dr. Anil Kumar? Dr. Anil Kumar, what do you think? What do you think about this?
Yeah,
about virtual autopsy and the medical. It will change the whole paradigm.
We can have a meeting when we framed this rule 6, which is there in the transplant rules regarding how the post-medical legal cases have to be handled. So we can call not only forensic, the judiciary, people from judiciary, from police department, from people like you, and other forensic experts. So leading forensic experts from the leading institutions, and let them come and it can be published as a notification from government, and that this is legal, and this should be applicable all over the country, and this can be applied. So that can be done, and we can take that initiative, no issue.
So because this would be a game changer in organ donation.
So one comment just wanted to make regarding that transplant coordinator. There has been a demand very recently that you should change this word transplant coordinator. So once a person is labeled as a transplant coordinator, so they always think that this person has only come for transplant purpose, and he's looking for, he's a organ seeker and looking for seeking organ for transplant. So they are suggesting new names like grief counselor or somebody. Specialist. So they are saying it, the transplant coordinator is not a appropriate term. It should not be it should be changed. So, but we currently have transplant coordinator in the law. So it will require change in the law, but we can So there is a demand, and senior bureaucrats are also suggesting that.
Thank you. I think we'll close the session because
Thank
we're
you.
on
Thank
short
you.
of time.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
No, please stay on the dais. Dr. Gupta, please stay. I'd like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Anil Kumar. Yeah, Dr. Anil Kumar, and he will speak to us on organ donation in India, the way forward. Please.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and thanks to the organizer for inviting me here, and respected moderator and chairperson. So, basically, I don't want to load you with a lot of information. I'll just quickly go through some of the slides and then what we are looking ahead. So currently the situation analysis, if we do regarding the organ donation and transplantation status in our country, actually we have analyzed data also. Though data is underreported, I truly believe it that particularly the living donor data is very grossly underreported to us, and we have been trying to collect data from various sources. Like we are collecting it on daily basis, on monthly basis, on annual basis also, and then we are trying to triangulate and come out with very figures which are quite authentic and which we believe are as authentic as possible. But that is the reported data, and we believe that it is quite underreported still. So this is the waiting list. We currently have 1,09,000 patients registered in the waiting list, and number that we did last year, and so many patients reported to be dead on waiting list organ wise last year. So we stand at number 3 in the absolute number as far as organ transplant is concerned, but definitely per million population we are roughly around very low down in the list. But if you look at the progress in the total number from 2014 to 2024, we have increased our numbers by 173%. While other countries, all the developed countries I've seen, the data like Spain, UK, USA, the maximum increase I could find was around 80%, perhaps in USA case, and none of them has been, the increase has not been as much as high as we have in India. So we have something to be proud of, that we are increasing our numbers at a more rapid pace as compared to other countries. Though our denominator is low, so that increase might appear to be more, but still it is the whole country that I am talking about. Our increase as a whole country is roughly 173% in a decade. While other developed countries, the increase has not been, none of them has crossed 90%. So, and we are planning to publish that paper. So we have this total numbers growing over the years, 18,900, and this is the total number of deceased donors, 1128 last year, and there was a number of transplants that were done from deceased donor. So 3,400 transplants out of 1,128 donors. So roughly a little more than 3 organ transplants per donor. So, and this was around 16% increase as compared to the previous year, that is 2023. State-wise, if we look at the number of donors, so these are the states which are, did maximum number of deceased donations. So majority of the states are Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Gujarat, Andhra, Delhi NCR 40 donations, Chandigarh 20, like this. These are the states which had, and other states did no donation. Last year it was the. Again, picture, there are red areas where there has not been any donation. If you look at the overall transplantation, Delhi NCR leads in the total number of transplantation. But like we had more than around 4,600 transplants in Delhi NCR, that is the highest in the country. But 97% is living donor transplants. So, but if you look at, when we discuss with the bureaucrats, they say we will have living donations because we have a strong family system. Our family members are ready to donate. It will not, because in the Western world or in the European, we don't have that kind of a strong family system. There, the family members are not willing to donate. So here we will, because our family members, we have, they are strongly bound. So they will have living donation. So they are not very, very worried about that we have a more living donation. So they say we will have, because we have, don't compare it with the West or the USA. They don't have that kind of a family attachment. The wife will not donate to a husband or a husband will not. Here we have those kind of family attachments. So our living donation number would be there. So they are not very much aversive of this high disease donation. If you look at the percentage of like females and the males who are receiving transplants, so like we had this big, like 36% of the females were receiving transplants until 2023, and it was increasing. But in 2024, this number has, little decreased, rather much decreased. So we are worried about it. Why? The number of out of the total transplants, the 36% were for the females, and there was an increasing trend. Suddenly there was a fall again in 2024. Whether it's a general campaigns which was going on for Beti Bachao Andolan, whether it has, now not being aggressively being done, or like those kind of, some kind of it has to be looked into. So these are the issues which we are aware of, that we have hospital level issues, and then we have awareness issues, we have certain legal issues, so that we keep on discussing again and again. Coming to this structure, you are aware now we have this network starting from NOTO to hospital level. And again, some of the states have zonal level structure also, like Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra, in between state and the hospital. So there are zones, and these are the various rotos and sotos, and currently almost entire country is covered by this network, barring few smaller union territories and states. So around 1,076 hospitals part of this network now. So NOTO has been involved in this, not only networking and registry, awareness, national level trainings also, organ pledging, data bank, policies and guidelines to be framed at national level. We have a website and this toll-free number, which is 24/7. And this number, I would encourage that anybody can start, calling this number and to get information and clear any doubts. Like if they are not able to clear the doubt, they will connect it to the higher level, so that they will. So some of the recent reforms, we have issued advisories to the states, to felicitate donors, to and to some kind of a felicitation of the family members, honor the donors. So those things have been issued from our level. We are also focusing on reducing the demand by promoting healthy lifestyle. Basically, that we have included as part of our awareness, and we have issued guidelines regarding that. Hand registry has been initiated, and we have roughly 80 hand transplants have been done in the country, which is highest in the world. We have organ transport SOPs which are in place, and we have issued various guidelines, annual reports, and awareness booklets, etc. And post-mortem, we say that it can be done any time of the day and night, and that has been explicitly. And we promote one nation, one policy, but some of the states are not on board. That I would like to admit that there is a single registration that should be followed. There is no upper age limit for the registration of the patient, and there is no fee for registration. So this, we are connecting with the trauma. Dr. Deepak Gupta has already talked about. Now, what is the way forward? Like regarding the increasing the donation, what we are looking at, increasing the awareness, increasing the IC activities, linkages with trauma centers and ICUs, placement of trained transplant coordinators, initiatives to be taken at state and UT level also, because majority of the state, many of the states are not coming on board, particularly like I would like to name Jharkhand. Like so many years, Soto is also there, but somebody, and I also tell them that please change the person. Like in Punjab, they change the person, there it has made a difference. If the person is not passionate about, he is not initiated, he is not, taking any pain or so they should change it. Like then societal recognition of the donors, that is that is going to have, we all know that it makes positive impact. Increased pool of donors. DCD is one area that we are discussing like during this conference organized by the Manipal group. And then swap. Again, this is basically the unmatched donors, where we look for the best matched donors for which can be granted transplant treatment. Then for increasing the transplant, we have to look for increasing the infrastructure, training, mentor-mentee program, dedicated departments in the hospitals for transplant. Cost reduction for transplant is required. We have discussed it. We discussed it yesterday also with the insurance groups. Including all organ transplant under PMJY. We have already written to a National Health Authority. Then we are further looking at xenotransplant also, if we can do research on this area in India also. Then certain administrative reforms, hospital level reform to boost the networking and the IT system, uniformity and transparency in the processes, legal reforms that some of us talked about, and grievance redressal mechanism. There are grievances in this program, so that we should have robust grievance redressal. And third party evaluation of whatever we are doing, we are willing to have it, and that should be, independent evaluation, and then we can have continuous evaluation also. So when we say circulatory death, because circulatory death, if we look at the last couple of years, wherever the donation number has increased all over the world, it's mainly because of this giving focus to the circulatory death. The organ donation rate in Spain used to be less than 50, now it is around 90. So it's just because of they have focused on DCDs. And this aligns with the international best practices. We have guidelines from Supreme Court regarding the withdrawal of life support, but not in being practiced. We have technologies like machine perfusion or hypothermic machine perfusion or normothermic machine perfusion, basically to restore the oxygenated perfusion in the donor. Similarly, we have this NRP to re-establish the circulation. So these techniques which have come, they need to be adopted, need to be practiced. Presumed consent, at least start with cornea, that we have already advocated. Streamline swab transplant, because whether multi-way, multi-centric, and any concern of ethical concerns that Dr. Johari talked about, we should take care of those things. And we are also working on national guidelines on brainstem death certification from the government side, because there are still variable practices, variable doubts which are created again. Then xenotransplantation, I'm not going to detail, but we can have a look. So we can look at all these possibilities and, and in future to improve our organ donation rates, not only the capacity for organ donation, but capacity for organ transplantation. So thank you so much. And I sincerely would like to thank Dr. Avnish Seth for giving this opportunity, for inviting, for holding, organizing this. And he's so passionate about, and he's one person I've seen that if he has, usne agar soch liya unhone, so he would do it. So hats off to him. And yesterday we saw that DCD happening, and we had to open it to all the hospitals, and we could find takers. So our hospital should also be ready to take organs whenever they are, being donated, and they are like after so much of efforts and being, so sometimes our hospitals are also not ready. So we should be ready to accept the donated organs and increase our capacity to utilize the organs. So that is also required. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Anil Kumar. I think it is a huge moment for the country. Having started this DCD and successful DCD, the early results seems to be so good. It will be a game changer, I'm sure, in time to come. So a huge congratulations to all of you, including NOTO and the stakeholders and the hospitals which took the organs. I gather that there was a little hesitation in accepting the organs. And with the results now, if they are widely published, I think it could even convince people who don't believe in this DCD to take it forward, especially what we've been trying to implement, the Maastricht Criteria 3. So great. I think it's a big moment for the country. Thank you. Any questions?
Dr. Anil, I mean, regarding this accountability, it's a very big issue. Do you think somewhere the NOTO can have a platform visible to everybody? These are the hospitals, these are the total number of deaths, these are the brain death certifications happening in this hospital on an annual basis. Because this will set a benchmark and the hospitals will see their mirror, what actually is happening.
Actually, we have circulated this performa, which was finalized in consultation with you all experts, and then it was circulated to all the states and for further circulation to all the hospitals. And if you look at the reports that we are getting, they will just say number of deaths in the hospital, say 600 deaths. Then they will say number of deaths in the ICU, like they will say 60 deaths in the ICU. And number of deaths on the ventilator, then they will give some figure. And beyond that, number of brain death identified, nil. Then all other questions will be not applicable.
No, but the credibility of the ICU.
So very few hospitals are responding, and I would say that they are reporting like this. So whether their inner conscience allows them to report like this, they should be, they are not feeling this kind of a, like they are not doing it practically. That is the whole
What I am proposing is, if you have identified those hospitals who are doing certifications, if the data is there, just say no data. A couple of years down the line, people will question them. Why there is no data from your center? Why there is no data from this center?
Especially when it comes to relicensing.
Yeah, and then they will start comparing with each other. The change will come. It will take time, maybe 5 years down the line, but I think people have to see themselves in the mirror.
Yes, Dr. Mathur.
Yeah. See, the problem with the data, what Dr. Anil is saying, right, because I know I'm in the in-between where the data comes and it goes up. Unless there is audit of that data, either by SOTO or by the state appropriate authority, no hospital is sincere in giving this. They know nobody is going to come and check. Number one. Number two, Deepak, you rightly said that when the renewal of registration comes, that time audit should be done. Yesterday, we had a meeting in Maharashtra with the Health Secretary, Advisory Committee, and there were, I will not name the people who are connected with the organ donation, Roto Soto, and all that thing. When I said this should be the audit and you don't renew their license, if you find their discrepancy and they are not doing enough to organ donation, everybody, no, we will not do that. We will not punish anybody. If you don't punish, you can't get the results.
So I just want to make one quick comment on this presumed consent for eye donation. Obviously, this is going to be a soft presumed consent. We are still going to ask for family's consent. Required request is the same. Why don't just implement required request, which is already there in the law? Why do we need a presumed consent? And moreover, is there a waiting list for corneal transplant? Hardly. So I don't know where this thing is coming from, asking for presumed consent in the hospital. Just implement required request. Whether it's for organs or the eyes, it's all the same. And that's like a soft presumed consent, required request, which were not implemented in almost 15 years now. Thank you.
I would like us to just ponder what Dr. Gupta just said. To restate what you said, sir, we are all naturally competitive individuals. Hospitals are competitive, human beings are competitive. Everybody wants to be at least at the best or close to the best. So if you have, let us say, or an institute, neuro ICU, this is the standard. And you are outside 2.5%, 2.5 standard deviation of that, then you are inferior. Everybody will want to compete with All India Institute. The data has to be made publicly available. And this is possible today, I think. And there is examples of this. In the US, it is called SRTR, Scientific Registry of Transplant Results. And you can have something similar for intensive care, neuro-intensive care.
Even the media will question them, why it is not happening.
Actually, Dr. Avnish said, presented a KPI. First time I'm seeing KPI is, what you showed for hospitals, and this kind of thing needs to be published for good practices, definitely. And perhaps, NOTO can actually encourage such institutions who are bringing up KPI, special awards or whatever, make it more kind of, good for the whole program. I'm sure that something like that may work as we go forward. Any more questions? Otherwise, we are, I think, short on time again. So we'll close the session. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you to all the dignitaries. And we're now going to head towards the inauguration ceremony. But just before we do that, let's appreciate what a wonderful day it has been. How wonderful to have under one roof such brilliant minds from the fields of critical care, neuromedicine, neurosurgery, anesthesia, nursing, and all of them here together with a single purpose. The purpose of hopefully achieving the next milestones in excellence in the field of organ donation and transplant. So in the same vein, I'd like to invite upon stage Mr. Oyanob Devgupta, our Regional COO, Manipal Health Enterprise Private Limited, who will now deliver the welcome address. And I'd also like to invite upon stage Dr. Avnish Seth, SM and Country Head Most, who will now give us the address. Please.
Very good evening, everyone. I think it's been a very, very unique meeting, conference, workshop. We can name it anything, but Dr. Avnish Seth has been one of those people I've known for more than a year now. but his reputation has been known to the country for many, many years. And his passion for developing the organ donation program over the years has been a testimony to how this journey has been overall. And thank you, sir. Thank you for organizing this. At Manipal, he is the glue between all the 50 hospitals that Manipal has today across the country. And this year, we wanted to do it in the East, which was the latest addition to the Manipal family, the 10 hospitals in East India. And today, we are really privileged to have among us representatives from 25 Manipal hospitals. And I think that's something which speaks a lot, because it's not that you travel all the way from all over the country without a purpose. Thank you to sir from Noto, who's here. Thank you, Anilji. Thank you so much for coming over. Your presence really gives that momentum, strength to the region, and we want to take this forward. We know the statistics. I got educated listening to the number of diseased organ donations that need to be done. I think we are around 1,000 organs that get diseased donors today. My math said we need 100 times more than that. We need 100,000 of them. And I think that's a number which Spain and the US in their own ratios are actually generating. Why can't we? I'm sure we can, but it needs consistent effort from all the teams within us. All our critical care specialists, and like I just heard from Jigyasa, we had everybody. It's not a department of critical care or neurology or neurosurgery. It is a multidisciplinary approach. And I think that is what we are going to be witnessing. We organized this today in the hotel, but tomorrow we're going to take this entire event to the hospital, which is the epicenter of things. And between me and Dr. Avnish, we decided that this hotel could be anywhere in the world, any city. You would come in, visit the hotel, do this conference and go back. But we wanted you to get a flavor of the hospital where we work. One of the hospitals, we have 5 hospitals in the city. We had to choose one. So we've chosen the one which has about 100 seats in a conference hall. So it's going to be tight, it's going to be compact. But the idea is to get that momentum going. And I want everybody in the hospital to be witnessing this very unique program, which will motivate them and kind of mobilize the inclusivity in the approach that we want. I really wanted to thank Dr. Shugoto. Is he around here? I can't. Yeah. He's been instrumental in this, organizing this entire event, tirelessly calling up everyone. I don't know how many nights he's not slept. Last few nights he's been awake. And thank you very much. Thank you for organizing. This is just the beginning. We will follow it up as passionately. Our clinicians here are super passionate. Bengal is known for its passion, and our clinicians are absolutely, they don't leave any stone unturned when it comes to delivering the quality of care that we do. You've met a lot of them in the morning. Tomorrow we'll be meeting them as well. And we promise you that we would take this journey further the best way we can. Dr. Avnish, we look forward to hearing from you now. Thank you very much.
So Manipal Organ Sharing and Transplant was established to promote best practices in organ donation, not only in our 48, 50 hospitals, but across the country. And thank you, Ayanab, for the vision and the passion to bring us here all together. A special welcome to Dr. Anil Kumar, who has been involved with the NOTP program for the last 20 years, and you can't have a better, more learned person as the NOTO head. And thank you, Anil sir, for always supporting every conference that we do. He makes it a point to say yes and be there. We really appreciate you for that. And you will agree with me, Dr. Anil, that where we are today with 1,100 donors is largely because we had very, very eminent seniors like Dr. Shroff, Dr. Mathur, Dr. Jory, who are sitting with us today, who led us so well. I would like to have a special word for Dr. Philip, who came all the way from US on his own expense to be with us today. Now, he has done about 70 NRPs. Yesterday, I invited him for a drink in the bar, and we started off at 7:30. The process started, we were controlling it from Calcutta in Delhi, and Dr. Philip, who's from my college, AFMC, did not leave my side till 3 o'clock at night, till the whole process was over. And that, I salute you for that spirit. Thank you for being here. You will all agree with me that this basket of organ donation has to be carried by our critical care people, neurologists, neurosurgeons, and that's why we have our specialists from all our hospitals in critical care here. We have eminent people like Dr. Mani, who is the last word in end-of-life care. Thank you, Dr. Mani, for coming. And for neurosurgeons, they can't be a better example than Deepak, who's from really motivating talk, Deepak. Thanks. Your flight got delayed, but good you hung in there and you are here. All this, and then the transplant coordinators come in. And I don't think there are better teachers in this country than Lalita and Pallavi, who are with us today. Thank you for coming all the way. Yes. And all this comes to a naught unless the utilization happens. We are talking about 3 per donor. So that's where the transplant surgeons come in. And Dr. Arpita, heading ISOT and being with us, thank you very much. And we have amazing surgeons here. The hall is full of them. Thank you very much. So with all the stakeholders, the best brains in the world under one roof in Calcutta, I'm sure there's only one direction that organ donation is going to head here. And all the best to everybody. Thanks for being here. Jai Hind.
Thank you yet again, Dr. Avnish. We'll now begin the felicitations for our esteemed guests. And for that, I'd like to invite upon stage Mr. Oyanok Devgupta to felicitate Dr. Anil Kumar. Please. Dr. S.K. Mathur, and I'd request Dr. Avnish to please felicitate him. Dr. Sunil Shroff. Request Mr. Ayonab Devgupta to kindly felicitate Dr. Sunil Shroff. Dr. Harsha Johari, and I'm requesting Dr. Avnish Seth to please felicitate him. Dr. R.K. Mani, and I request Dr. Avnish Seth now to please felicitate him. Requesting Dr. Ashish Sharma on stage and requesting Mr. Ayanav Devgupta, I'm sorry, to felicitate him. Okay. Dr. Deepak Gupta, requesting Mr. Ayanav Devgupta to please felicitate him. Requesting Dr. Avnish Seth to please felicitate Ms. Lalita Raghuram. Is she here? Yes. Yes, and please, Ms. Pallavi Kumar on stage, and I'd request Mr. Oyanov to felicitate her. Dr. Subhash Todi, and I'd request Dr. Avnish Seth to please felicitate him. Dr. Philip Thomas on stage, please. I request Mr. Oyanov to felicitate him. Dr. Arpita Ray. Dr. Arpita Ray, Mr. Ayanav requested, please, to felicitate her. Dr. Kunal Sarkar. Okay. Dr. Jayanta Roy, is he here? Dr. Anshugato sir, please be on stage. I request both Mr. Anab and Dr. Avnish to please felicitate him. Yeah. I now request all the dignitaries to kindly be on stage and we'll proceed for the lamp lighting ceremony. Oh, yes, sure. Yes, so I request Avnish sir to felicitate Mr. Arnab and vice versa, sir. Please do the honors. We'll now have the lamp lighting ceremony. Please be on stage. And I'd like to invite upon the stage Dr. S.K. Mathur. Yeah, we're all here? All of us? All right.
If you can I request hospital directors and the cluster directors to be here, please, as well? Yep. Komal, and we have Kakuli. If you can join us on the board, please. And our medical heads too. Dr. Tanya, Dr. Sushna not here today just now. Come, please come.
Dr. Biswajit Mitra, Dr. Bapaditto, Dr. Prasanjit
Soma,
Bhome,
please join up.
Dr. Biplab, Soma, our organizing secretaries, Dr. Upal Sen Gupta, Dr. Tanmay Banerjee.
Not there. They're not here.
All right. Dr. Chandrashish Chakravarti, Dr. Indranil Ghosh, Dr. Shushut Bandopadhyay. Yes, ma'am. We're getting there. And our Chief of Nursing, Sister Alayamma, Sister Sharmishta, Sister Ratna, Sister Satya, all right, and Sister Thomas. From our marketing team, Soma is here, I believe, Miss Sunipa, Miss Sukhvinder, Miss Bhakti, and Mr. Ankit Jha, please.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापम् सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तुते ओ दीप ब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीप ब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश्च मतिं स्वच्छां मे सदा रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् यस्य तिष्ठे गृहे दीपः तस्य नास्ति दरिद्रता शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं
May I also request Mr. Rajiv Hela, he's our regional head of, operational excellence, to please be on stage. Dr. Dipankar Shakar, please. Yes. And yeah. Head of operations.
He has to stay back. Announce kar do aap so that people settle.
So we'll now have our chief guest address us, Dr. Amanil Kumar. I just ask him to be here, please. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please. So yeah, we'll have the address by our chief guest, Dr. Anil Kumar, and it will be followed by a keynote address in best practices in organ donation by Dr. Philip Thomas, followed by a vote of thanks by Dr. Shugato Chakraborty, our regional head medical services. Please, sir.
Thanks once again, and I would like to acknowledge that this kind of a deliberations by the stalwarts drawn from all over the country, and also Dr. Philip joining us from USA to guide us regarding this, that we can take this donation after circulatory death movement forward in the country. So hope that these 2 days of deliberations will bring a change, and Manipal group leading the cause, like now it's a strong group of around 50 hospitals in the country, and definitely they are corporate group investing so much, and under guidance and our Avnish Seth, who has proven these strategies, these in army when he was there leading the IOTA, then in the Fortis group of hospitals, and now with the Manipal group of hospitals. So these are the moments of change. These are the which can guide the program, which can bring transformations in the program, which can improve upon our donation rates, basically to make it more affordable, accessible to the citizens of the country when we have these procedures being performed in the country, and also to give benefit to the society as a whole. So thank you so much. I just want to say that we all who are connected with this, they deserve a lot of congratulations, appreciation, and for making these efforts. And all these efforts combined together will definitely bring transformations and will improve upon the progress that we are making in this field, and we hope to achieve further, and under the guidance and light being thrown by so many experts coming together, that itself is a testimony to the changes that this group or these experts, they have a potential to make. So most of you are passionate about this cause, and I really appreciate and I congratulate the most group, this Manipal organ sharing and transplant group, which has been formed as a network between the Manipal group of hospitals, but it is showing light to others also, and hopefully it will lead to positive transformations in the country in the field of deceased organ donation. So my best wishes to and my to all of you, and for taking it forward, and we hope to achieve further. So Jai Hind. I just want to repeat all these sentiments of everybody, that we should be doing taking it forward for the welfare of our citizens and also the residents who are living in our country. So thank you so much for holding it and showing us the light to move forward in this direction of deceased organ donation. So thank you very much, and best wishes to all of you. Yeah, thank you.
Inviting on stage Dr. Philip Thomas, Professor, Transplant Surgery, University of Texas Medical Branch, for a keynote address on best practices in organ donation. Please.
Full screen.
Extend करो.
Huh. Dr. Anil Kumar, Director of NATO, my good friends and senior colleagues, and the dignitaries who are here today, it has been a real pleasure for me to make this trip. The reason for it was really because when I came in March and Dr. Avnish had set up a session on DCD NRP in Delhi, and when I came for that, I went to Bangalore and Mumbai and gave 3 or 4 talks in those places about DCD NRP. And 2 young surgeons contacted me and said they want to come and observe what I do in Texas. And so I was able to set them up. And they're good surgeons. They're very good liver transplant surgeons, very good experience in live donor liver transplant. And one of them, when they came, and after they went for the first NRP with me, they said, when you came and spoke, we really didn't think this is possible. And we actually understood only about 10% of what you were talking about. And we actually had to come and see what you did to believe that what you're doing is possible. Well, now they don't need to come to Texas. This DCD NRP that I was privileged to be a small part of yesterday was an outstanding success. I don't think you could get better organs in terms of quality than what they were successful in recovering and transplanting. And Dr. Avnish, of course, was driving it, but Ms. Sukhvinder was there doing a stellar job of coordinating so many things, overcoming objections, apprehensions, finding recipients, contacting NATO, converting from the waiting list to open offer. I mean, these are all the things that people came to watch us do in Texas, and is happening right here. So even when I was coming here, I had my doubts that I had anything really valuable to say in terms of best practices, because we know that, these are, what we're doing in India is probably an example to the rest of the world in many areas. Of course, hand transplant is one of them. Most of the states in US have not even dreamed of doing hand transplant. Liver transplant, live donors, that way that they're doing here, and other, and the other, and the other, the complexities of liver transplant, every single possible complexity of liver transplant has been done in this country, reported and widely publicized. People are coming from around the world to see how liver transplant is done in India. And now, with this DCD NRP being the first in Asia, I think the lead is going to just increase from now on under the able guidance of our national leaders, the Prime Minister and Dr. Anil Kumar, and the organizational structure, and of course, really good drivers of the program. So with that, I'll just move on, saying to say that best practices are very different in each country, and it is based on the local laws, the culture, the practice of medicine, and who pays for it. And this talk I set up with the 3 colleagues who came and spent time with me, in the OPO where I work in Texas. And they saw us doing DCDs, super rapid recovery, which is SRR, and normothermic regional perfusion, which is NRP. And they suggested to me what they think I should perhaps emphasize as best practices, which they saw. So what is the definition of best practices? These are methods or techniques that have consistently shown superior results compared to other approaches and are therefore recommended as benchmarks. They're developed through research, experience, trial, and error. Now, Dr. Avnish and I share a background in Armed Forces Medical College, as is Dr. Harsh Johri. And we learned one thing, which was passed down to us as students when we were, from our seniors who are all seasoned Army veterans and officers, that when they send out a team, to fight a battle or to do something very difficult, which has not been done before, the process is to come back, share experience in a debrief session, set certain patterns in place, and then move on. So the benchmark, when you're doing something new, is always evolving and is always increasing. And this is what we do by collaborative work with people of different specialities. And Atul Gawande wrote a book called The Checklist Manifesto. So whenever we are tackling something that is complex, the first thing to remember is that intelligence does not matter. Intelligent people make the biggest blunders when it comes to complex issues. That is why the Tower of Pisa is leaning. These were the most intelligent architects of one time. And they couldn't get it right. But when you sit down and do it collaboratively, make a checklist, modify the checklist as and when it's required. And the weakest link, the lowest is everybody has to be strong. Otherwise, your weakest person is the link in the chain that will break. So collaboration between a wide range. I mean, Avnish is a good gastroenterologist. I know how to do some surgery, but I could not have worked the phones the way Sukhvinder did yesterday. Found the recipients, contacted so many people in authority to get the recipients in the place. The operating room temperature she adjusted. The transfer of the patient from ICU to OR so that the arriving surgeons, they didn't have to wait. They went straight into the OR and started operating. By that time, NRP had been going little over 3 hours. The maximum time I've spent with NRP is 4 hours. After that, things start going haywire. Here, NRP at 4 hours, perfect organs. Everything coordinated right up to, the surgeons arriving and going to the OR. These are things which now, have to become the benchmark, the standard. So what do we want to do with the deceased donor program? We want to maximize the number of organs donated. The statistics have been presented by my eminent colleagues. I don't want to belabor them. And unfortunately, the moment you talk about deceased donor, whether it is brain dead or circulatory dead, all the recipient surgeons, hospitals, they have a problem with organ quality. Yesterday we saw there were kidney surgeons, transplant surgeons who said, "Nahi, ye to patient mar gaya, hame nahi lena hai. We don't want these organs." So there is an apprehension, and this is not an unfounded apprehension. It is an apprehension based on previous episodes of delayed graft function. Dr. Arpita Ray was telling me how they have overcome this issue here. And she firmly believes that if you can overcome the delayed graft function, the long-term outcome in deceased donor who is circulatory dead is better than brain dead. Because in her own words, she said that brain mush is not circulating in this patient. The immune response is less. So these are things which, I have to convince my people around me that these are benchmarks. They already know it here, So education, general and focused. We have talked a lot about that today already. Organ maintenance skill, Dr. Gupta stressed on this. Early identification, strict protocols. The last thing is a few points I'll talk about quality. And when you share the experience worldwide, nationwide, it circulates back to enhancing your education. So these are basic things. Now, general education. We have to educate our colleagues.
People really don't know what is brain death. They're still talking about EEG. How often is it encountered? 2% of all deaths. Oh, really? We thought, they don't even know that it happens only 2% of the time. What is circulatory death? Even today, they want to put an EKG to diagnose it, whereas we have to convince them, no, please disconnect the EKG lead. You go with the arterial line. And then, of course, what is current medical practice? What is the law? Already, it has been stressed that you should catch them young, start in medical school. But I would emphasize that nurses' education is very critical. The difference between medical student and nursing student is that the nursing student tends to get into a narrow focus very early. They will either be doing, ICU, or they will be doing pediatric, or, something like that. So they have to be regularly brought together and given a combined sort of education, broaden their horizon. And this is really possible through their CNE programs where ethics is a big issue. Police academies. The principal of a police academy is all the time looking for something new to do, and they are people we should educate. We had an animated discussion on Dr. Shroff's Saving Life group about whether you should educate EMT techs. I would humbly suggest that EMT techs should know what we are doing in transplant. We are not asking them to identify donors. We are just asking them to please understand what we are doing, and at least for the first 24 hours, go all out. I have seen patients, self-inflicted gunshot wound to the face. The whole face is blown, the head is blown. Some ENT tech has gone there, intubated the patient, and tried to save his life for 24 hours. That's all we are asking them to do. So education of all people. Now we are in the era of social media. When you talk about educating the public, most of the time it is not really educating. They already know what they need to know. We have to counter misinformation. And in this context, I would say that even in America till today, they think that selling a kidney will be okay to relieve their debt. Signing a donor card means they won't try to save your life. They don't understand that neurosurgeons are there to save their life. And sometimes 2% of the time it doesn't happen, or 30% of the time it may not happen. The rest of the time they are successful. Organ procurement coordinators swoop down on the patient. There is a legislative change in the state of Arkansas, which has significantly brought down the donation rates all over the country. There was one fellow in Kentucky who shot himself in the head, or got shot in the head. It was towards the back of the head. So, somebody declared him brain dead. They took him to the OR to donate. And the neurosurgery resident said, no, he is not brain dead. And he came and he took him out. Well, the neurosurgery resident was right. Errors in diagnosis occur. I make an error in diagnosis every day. It is possible to make an error in diagnosis of death. But this gets blown out of proportion. Misinformation, countering misinformation is also an important part of education. The most important education, as already been stressed, happens at the patient's bedside. And we have been told that, don't call them transplant coordinators when they go to educate at the bedside. And in the OPOs, where in the US, they're called family service coordinators. So they're really providing a service, to the family. Who should do this? Family service coordinators. They're probably the best at it. Why? Because when something is complex, you do it repeatedly, you're going to get good at it. Now, Dr. Gupta may be very good. As a senior surgeon looking after the ICU, people will listen to him. But suppose he is on leave. A junior person is there. They are afraid to do what they're doing. If a good coordinator is standing there and says, this is what we do, this is what Dr. Gupta would have said if he was in this position, that young surgeon's hands are strengthened. And he can face a very tense, sometimes very trying situation. So every family is different. Do it, learn, debrief, and get better. Each of the above areas requires a different approach. People will be good at one, not so good at the other. And the best practice is that we constantly learn that education has to be approached in a systematic way. That, I think, will be the best practice. Donor identification, we have already covered this. I don't want to belabor this. And how it should be flagged. The way it is flagged in the US is based on money, which counts, money talks. but there may be more civilized ways of doing it in this country. Let's do that, And even the nurses should be empowered to inform. That already is happening in Manipal. That's great, because they can say GCS less than 5 and it gets flagged. Fantastic. What is the definition of potential donor? I discussed it with Dr. Shroff. We are still saying organs per million population, which is probably not is not okay. Is not a good number. Is not a good way to understand. This is how potential donor is now defined in assessing organ procurement organizations in America. A potential donor is one who is inpatient death. 2, age less than 75. 3, the primary cause of death is consistent with organ donation. In these patients, you have to see how many you convert to organ donation. There is no point in, even in America, they know that, there's no point in looking at the whole population of the state, and the deaths which are happening on the roadside or in gunfights. You can't call them potential donors, they're not. So this question was addressed again today. When do you start counseling? So the nurse informs GCS less than 5. The procurement organization, the coordinators just have to say, okay, this is a tier 1 patient. Neurosurgeons are still working on the patient, still trying to stabilize, maybe going back to the OR, whatever, bleeding in the skull, re-exploration. Tier 1. Tier 3 is they're ready, going to the OR, like Sukhvinder is calling the OR, get the OR ready, open the laparotomy set, open the sternotomy set. Surgeon is coming. That is tier 3. OT time is set. Cardiac surgeon is coming from here, liver surgeon is coming from there. Between these two is tier 2. This is when the patient is upgraded from, the neurosurgeon has said that now we are not going to try to save this person's life. Not possible. No, not possible. So now you're talking to the family, you're optimizing the organs, whether you do it in the neurosurgery ICU, you have a separate donor area. Those are all different issues. Tier 2 is where most of the work is done. Counseling and consent. This is a big problem in America because they want only the coordinators to do it. Family has got no faith in these coordinators when they come bouncing in and saying that, oh, we want to counsel you for organ donation. So the stage has to be set for the coordinator to make the approach, or whoever is making the approach. And this is something that we are still struggling with in the US. If you all are doing it here, you have already exceeded a benchmark which is prominent in the US. Best practice, this was already said today. Identify potential donors, institute counseling early. Identify the family members. Every family is different. The on-site coordinators, whether you call them family service coordinators, they're still part of the transplant network. They develop a relationship with the ICU, with the trauma services and everybody. So there's a collaborative effort there. Organ maintenance skill, I won't go into it because Dr. Gupta and others have already talked about how if you really get the volume status right, you put in a central line, get the volume, get the arterial line, monitor the electrolytes, use appropriate drugs, vasopressin, steroids and all that. But I would just say that what is our benchmark? To me, the benchmark is the utilization of lungs. Lungs is the most difficult one to get it into a state where it can be utilized. This patient will require multiple CT scans, multiple bronchoscopies, multiple proning episodes to get the PO2 to be 400 to 500. These sort of things are done. Sometimes it takes 4 or 5 days. Organ maintenance in DCD is very different from DBD. DBD, you can do all these things in the ICU. You can shift the patient to a special care area. With DCD, you can't shift the patient anywhere. The patient is not dead. So I have gone and done NRP DCDs in hospitals where they don't have a sternal saw. People don't know how to open the chest. I'm still using a giggly saw and showing them how to open the chest. So small hospitals, you have to be prepared if you're going to go the DCD route. And once you, decide that this is a donor, DCD, you have to now decide whether I'm going to go super rapid or go NRP. Decision to do NRP was taken by Dr. Avnish Seth yesterday because he said this patient has a good liver. We want liver. Kidneys, anyway, people are doing super rapid and getting the kidneys, but they went for the liver. In future, God willing, you all will go for heart and lungs also. Predicting circulatory death, this was also talked about today. I'm just recapping some of these things. You know, you don't want to take a donor to the OR or whatever and start saying that this is a potential donor, and after some time you say, nahi, kuch nahi hoga, you know, this patient didn't die, and so we have to shift the patient to the ICU, out of the ICU to a palliative care setting. Very important to tell the family beforehand. Otherwise, they will say, oh, they were not interested in saving the patient. They wanted the organs, but when they went to the OR, the organs, somehow they decided not to take the organs. So we don't want all this disinformation, misinformation to happen. We have to tell them clearly, we're going to withdraw support, we're going to wait 2 hours. If it doesn't die within that time, we're going to go to palliative care. No re-intubation of the patient. Ability to breathe is one of the most important predictors of dying within the stipulated 120 minutes, which is what we get. Some hospitals say only 90 minutes. They have developed a kind of scale. This is not a very easy slide to read. There is a scoring system. Most of the points here are given for breathing. Can the patient breathe on his own? Does he have gag? Does he have all that? You know, whatever tool you develop, you have to audit it. And the tool that we have where I work is only 71% predictive accuracy. So 30% of the time it is inaccurate. Where should the donor management be done? I asked Dr. Gupta this question. He said, unlikely that we are going to be, patients are going to be happy moving the donor, the family member to another area which is just for organ donation. This is a cultural thing. It is a medical issue. You have to know whether this is appropriate or not. Typically, you can only transfer DBD patients to a specialized donor center, donor area in the hospital. DCD, you have to do as or where it is, the patient is. Last part of this is quality assessment and performance initiatives for hospitals and for procurement organizations, okay? For hospitals, they have to know early allograft dysfunction and primary non-function. Primary non-function is pretty rare now. In America, you have to report all these results. It is published in a public website called SRTR. Generally speaking, 90% survival is possible for graft and for patient. In some centers, it will be 95, some 93, 90, whatever. But over 90%, quite doable. I'm sure most of the centers in India will be able to do that. You're already at the benchmark. When I was still working here, I was able to achieve it. That was 20 years ago. You know. Now I'll come to the quality assessment for OPOs, which here you call ROTO, SOTO, and NOTO. Okay. There are two ways in which OPOs in America are being assessed. The first metric is number of deceased donor divided by number of potential donors. And this is picked up on the basis of ICD code. It can be picked up on the basis of who reports it. One of the problems is sometimes the body is taken to the funeral home and the funeral director will say, oh, where have you come from? Oh, we come from University Hospital. Where did the patient die? No, we took the patient to University Hospital, they declared dead. So they will enter, patient came from University Hospital. Location, in hospital. Actually, the fellow died on the road and they took him there and he was brought dead. So your denominator goes up and your performance statistic comes down. So you see. The other one is number of organs recovered and transplanted per donor. This is what is in our control. And this is what we saw yesterday happening. Potential donor, 1 liver, 2 kidneys, recovered, transplanted, working. You see? So in America at the moment with DCD, it is 1 to 1 point something, 1.2, 1.3 organs per donor, transplantable recovered. You have already exceeded that benchmark with your first NRP. We went over this. Definitions, the donation rate, transplantation rate, these are not, okay. Now use and abuse of benchmarks. This, I would say, is something that maybe you can learn from the American experience. As we said, we are all competitive people. The moment someone, now I can guarantee to you, everybody has seen Manipal Hospital has done DCD NRP. Everyone will want to compete with you. See, so it is in our nature as human beings to compete. So the moment you publish something, there will be people wanting to compete. That is a good use of data and benchmarks. You keep increasing the quality, you keep increasing the benchmark. Healthy competition, that is why we are now world champions in cricket, right? Why? Because we kept competing. Unfortunately, benchmarks can be used in a malicious manner. And this is what is happening now with OPOs. They say if you are in the top 25%, you can go on for 4 years. If you're below 25% or less, you are in danger of being de-recognized. So what do people do? They start fudging data. They start doing all sorts of nonsensical things without the patient's best interest in mind. This I already touched on. Increasing the number of viable organs. This, I don't have to talk about this. We have been discussing this all day. With DBD, sometimes the brain dead patient may be very unstable. And coming to transplant with 3-4 pressors flowing, and sodium is, 180 the previous day, and it has somehow been brought down to 150, 160. You don't know if these organs are going to work. These are patients in whom you can take the organ out, put it on an ex vivo machine, and see how it is working. Because you don't have time in those patients to run NRP. In DCD, which was traditionally yielding poor quality organs in the past, in doing NRP, you will know how the organ is working. Yesterday, they knew within the first hour the organ is working. Lactate was 3.5 to start, went up to 3.7 after 2 ABGs, came down to 3.4 in the end of the first hour. Second hour, it is below 3. After that, it is just holding action until you can get the surgeons to recover. Urine output, 60 ml per hour on NRP. Amazing, So this is just pictures of NRP. This is a patient in whom you can see the NRP is hooked up onto the chest. So this is called a TA-NRP. Basically, I have put a tube in the right atrium, captured the entire blood, sent it to this machine where it is oxygenated and sent back. And the arterial line coming out of the NRP circuit is put into the arch of the aorta. The branches to the neck, to the head and neck, that is the right brachiocephalic, left common carotid, and left subclavian, are clamped so that you're not perfusing the skull again, the brain again. Whole body is perfused. After that, the surgeon who is doing the abdominal procurement is just like a very controlled DBD. This is a situation where the cannulation is done in the abdominal aorta. The whole NRP machine is near the foot end of the bed. This is probably what was done yesterday in Manipal. This is a situation now which is the patient is on ECMO. ECMO has become recognized as one of the ways of extended CPR and ACLS. So in these patients, the patient is on ECMO, and after some time the intensivist decides that the brain is fried, we don't want to continue this. Counsel the patient. If they say, okay, proceed to organ donation, you can bring the patient to the OR with ECMO running, and just convert that to NRP. These are the charting systems. I already told you how they measured the lactate. The lactate is in the middle column there, PaCO2. Throughout the NRP run there, they had PO2 over 400 and the flow was over 3 liters. Excellent numbers for an NRP. Lastly, there was a discussion on Dr. Shroff's group, and Mr. Davidar in Tamil Nadu said the most important benchmark, this is his words, is how you honor the deceased donors. Immediately, there were reports of how they are doing the honoring in different parts of the country. Floral offerings in KEM, Chennai has a wall, Ahmedabad has an Amarkaksh, and so these are all probably among the benchmarks that I talked about. I agree with Mr. Davidar that this is perhaps the most important benchmark. And I would repeat again what I said. India is already a world leader in transplantation, and it will grow. In my lifetime, I got to see it. in your lifetime, you will see that chart, India #1. I already talked about this. Conclusion, DCD NRP was, when I came this time on this trip, the last remaining pinnacle to cross. It has already been achieved. This is proof of concept in deceased organ donation. And these best practices are going to propel our country to the top. Jai Hind. If there are any questions permitted, I'm happy to. Yes, Dr. Shroff.
You said it, I don't know, in passing or what, you said about the OPOs in the US. You seem to be very worried. You talked about the OPOs in the US and you seem to be a bit worried. And you made statements, on it can depend on money and so on. And, when you started Forte in Bangalore, it was on the OPO concept. So tell me, are they being looked up down? Are they looking at changing the system? In India, do you think it will work? Do you think we should just use the hospitals, just like Spain does, where you have the ICU professional who is the main person coordinating the whole donation? Which system would you kind of think that in India we should adopt? What is your feeling? What is your feeling?
I heard the word, I can't remember who said it this morning, about having a patient-centric approach. That is key. Whatever is patient-centric. I feel that in America, it is no longer patient-centric. It is payer-centric. And what does the payer want? He wants a ton of documentation. And he wants to keep reducing the amount of payment. That you're running now on a shoestring budget, where you were able to, use 30 quarters, now you're left with only 20. The most recent government shutdown in the US, which is going on because there's a fight between the two main political parties, UNOS has had to lay off 30% of their work staff. And every activity of UNOS is at a standstill except for organ allocation, saying who is on the top of the list. This is the problem, you see. So I believe that at the moment, in India, we are still patient-centric. We are not listening to insurance companies telling us how to treat patients, and we should try our best to keep it that way.
Still, I just wanted your comment on, should we, many sometimes talk about having an OPO in India. You think having an OPO in India, to actually have a designated organ procurement organization to help to improve the donation rate. You think we can do that? Or you think after your experience that it be, as you said, patient-centric, hospitals do it, they have a system in place. Is that, you think, a better system?
You already have OPOs. It's just that you're calling it by a different name, whether you're calling it ROTO or SOTO. Jiva Saptakate in Tamil.
I know, but they're not OPOs. Not in the true sense like the US.
See,
they are more of a administrative organization to make sure the organs are allocated to the right person, and look at the hospital practices, try to improve the practices. They actually don't go down to the ground level with the donor, with the family. They don't, just like the OPOs do in the US. They don't talk to as counselors, Whereas in the US, the OPO takes over completely the whole organ donation process.
Well, my only disclaimer is what I said in the beginning. I'm using what information I got from my 2-3 visitors. And they told me that in Bangalore, the coordinator goes and gets the consent.
Counselor,
signature.
But they just make sure the paperwork is clean.
Okay.
Right.
So
not necessarily sit down and counsel the families. They don't.
Yeah. So I think, rather than having it fragmented to hospitals, there should be either a collaborative effort so that you either link up the coordinators of multiple hospitals into a kind of organization, whatever you want to call it, so that essentially they share experience. The difficulties that one person faces should not be faced by somebody else.
True.
That is the principal thing about the debrief. And if you can have a system of that, like
A team
that,
approach.
then it will do what the OPOs in America are doing without and you're still pulling surgeons from here and there. You don't have surgeons restricted only to the OPO. This business of having surgeon full-time in the OPO has come about because of DCD and NRP. The reason is, let us say yesterday, okay, you were doing an NRP in Manipal Hospital. Noto allocated the liver to Apollo Hospital. Apollo Hospital surgeon comes to Manipal OR and you withdraw support. And his unit has said, if the agonal time is more than 30 minutes, we are not going to accept this liver. So 30 minutes later, the agonal time, the patient has not expired. He's going to walk. Then what do? Are you going to waste that liver? That liver may still be acceptable in ILBS or in MAX. Because of this sort of thing, the OPO has had to employ surgeons, or at least have a commitment from surgeons that they are not going to walk. If their center is not going to take the organ, they will recover for somebody else. So these kind of arrangements, monitoring the surgeons' behaviors, certifying the surgeons to come and do the work, monitoring whether they do any garbad during the organ recovery, all that business has to be done in a umbrella organization. Now you call that an OPO or something is the difference.
Yeah. Philip, so what we have developed, and which is mostly practiced across the country at present, like in Mumbai, we say the JTCC. So our coordinator is connected to all the hospital coordinators. And all the consent forms and everything, it is monitored. Like ECD consent, we always get them that you should send it whether the patient is accepting or not accepting, team is accepting or not, hospital is accepting or not. And the receiving hospitals. So most of the time, if the donor is in-house, they get the first preference to allocation. And if they can't use it, it is offered to the city group. We expect that the recipient hospital sends the team for procurement. And most of the time, it is a liver team. The kidney team, either the local team procures for the other hospital also, or we say that you go there, at least you learn with them. So that is the way we coordinate, but like JTCC coordinator coordinates all the activities. When the team is going to reach, first comes the deadline about what time is the retrieval time that the hospital gives, donor hospital. If there is an issue, then we ask them to extend. If it can be extended, the family is willing to extend it. So all this is done by the coordinator at the central place, but with the help of all the hospital coordinator, and they arrange that all the teams are coming, how they will coordinate between them, all that is then controlled. Yeah. So that surgeons cannot...
So as an example, when Sukhvinder yesterday found who was top on the liver list, there was one patient. It was not the blood type incompatibility. And then turned out that patient had actually either expired or was on the deathbed. Was placed highest on the list by Noto. You see, so then she had to find the next person. And they found, I think the one they found was an AB, so universal recipient, because it went to an open offer, But a blood type B patient, all that coordination has to be done. Now you say that, okay, the best person on the highest rank is not in the hospital where the donor is located, it's somewhere else. Then who's going to recover? These are all issues. So at one point, actually Manipal got nothing out of it. They didn't get any organs.
Yeah.
It was purely for everybody. So these kind of coordinating is what you all are doing now. In the US, they're doing the same thing, but they're asking for payment for that.
Actually, this registration of the patient and updation of his status is in the hand of the hospitals who are treating them. None of the, whether JTCC or SOTO, ROTO, or even NOTO, we don't have any, control over that. We cannot even update the status. If the patient has expired, the hospital has to update it. So that is not being done by the hospital. That is one big issue that we are facing. Like this person whom was top on the waiting list, he had died probably already. And like during, at the time of allocation, they will inform the person has already died. So that is a big issue, which is that they are not updating this information, uh, which they should be doing on daily basis. Regularly, they have the login ID passwords. They should be doing it. So that is one big issue that we face, that they are not updating. The hospitals are not complying to this, and then they will sometimes then they will offer that this person is not available, this person is not available, or he has no, currently he doesn't have financial arrangements, or he's under a scheme that budget has not come as yet, so he cannot be taken. That way, like at the time they will make so many excuses, and sometimes they would like to skip the list by say 100 person behind in the list. They will say ki this person is available, so we want to give to this person. So that is also matlab, very difficult for us to verify at that time ki whether they are, but we take everything in writing from them. Please give us the reason, and we save all those chats every day. So we are saving all the, that's a lot of work. We are saving every day's WhatsApp chats in our records in soft copy. So that is being done. And we have a 24 by 7 call center which is supporting us, the person who is sitting there. So he is verifying all the information that they are telling us in the WhatsApp group. Now, currently, what we are proposing in the new registry that we are developing, that only 3 patients or 3 recipients of that hospital will be shown. That these are the 3 persons as per the, because they have done the registration, and choose like these, only these 3 persons you can give. They cannot go beyond those 3 top 3 in the list. So if they are not available, then the chance will be gone to another hospital. So we will not go beyond 3. Nowadays, what they are doing, they are even skipping the list by 50, 100, like that. So that is not acceptable. We are like finding it very difficult. So
मैं transplant surgeon हूँ. I know my colleagues. सब बदमाश हैं. Everybody wants to skip.
So we will just
manipulate
show
the
them
rules.
only 3 top in the list. Okay, these are the 3. That is not by Noto or by Roto. That is what they have filled.
Yeah, so those rules,
So they are responsible for that.
Keep adapting. Because
If
same
they-
thing goes on in America.
Unless they update the data regularly, we will not, matlab then they will be forced to update. The second one good thing that we have done, which perhaps can be adopted by others, we now have a standby alert group for heart and lungs, and which is a national standby alert group. But since we have started that, like any alert for heart or lung coming in any state, that has to be informed to the entire country.
Yes.
So that is a standby, like this alert has come so that everybody is prepared, because usually what happens that these heart and lung, by the time they go from state to the region to the national level, time is very less. And so that everybody is informed in advance that there is a alert circulating in Gujarat, which is currently within the hospitals of Gujarat, but there is a possibility that this might come to the region, then come to the national level. So after that, we have seen that there has been an improvement in utilization of the heart and lungs. That has been created now, and it is like all the states are member of that group. Everybody is aware, and people are putting those alerts right at the time of So that is something positive, like which we have been able to implement.
Very good.
Yeah. So because there is a lot of wastage otherwise of hearts and
Yes, and supradiaphragmatic recoveries
Yes,
are the most complicated when it comes to time of recovery and placement of the organs.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And I'd like to invite upon stage Dr. Shugata Chakraborty, Regional Head, Medical Services, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
At the outset, let me start by saying that this is a very, very auspicious occasion where we have all got together for a very, very noble cause. Today, we just heard from, first of all, Dr. Anil Kumar ji, a director of NOTO, who is our chief guest today. I thank profusely. We are privileged to have him amongst our, in amidst us today. Our esteemed international faculty who just spoke for the keynote address, Dr. Philip Thomas from the University of Texas, who shared his experiences from abroad. I really thank him for sharing those experiences with us. It is very interesting to know that in these 2 days, today and tomorrow, we actually have 8 faculty, senior faculty coming from different hospitals, quaternary care facilities like AIMS, Gangaram, across India, and 25 hospitals or 25 faculties from different hospitals in Kolkata participating in these 2 days. And when I talk about the Manipal network of 49 hospitals, we have 25 of them from Kolkata itself, from the different 5 units in Kolkata, and 14 faculty from different units, from 14 different units across the country, from Manipal itself. What does that show? That shows the joint effort from across the country, not from one hospital, but multiple hospitals, supported not just by corporates or government, but together for this noble initiative towards organ donation. There is nothing more certain about life than death. And death enables the body to perish, but we all know that soul moves on. But organ donation, which obviously was not there in the ancient times, makes it possible for the body to also move on, and the legacy of the organs to be given to the next who can take the benefit of that. So that is the kind of source that this is able to provide for us, and that is what brings the entire country together today, and of course internationally, why this has become such an important thing. So I thank today all of you who have joined us and who will be also joining in tomorrow at EM Bypass Auditorium for the continuation of this series of academic sessions. Specifically thanking the patron, Dr. Ainab Devgupta, organizing chairperson, Dr. Colonel Avnish Setsa, organizing co-chairs like Dr. Subhash Todi, Dr. Arpita Madam, Dr. Kunal Sarkar, Dr. Elin Tripathi, Dr. Joyanto Ray, organizing secretaries who are the eminent, critical care experts and heads from different units of Manipal. A few of them are here. I can see Dr. Todi, Dr. Dr. Tanmay Banerjee, Dr. Dipankar Shaka. And of course, I would feel in my duty as to my backbone, which has stood by me, which is as a regional medical director, I have my medical directors for each of the hospitals who happen to be the co-secretaries for this organizing, like Dr. Bapaditto, Dr. Bishwajit, Dr. Tanya, Dr. Sudeshna, Dr. Prasenjit. And so I thank all of you profusely for this gathering today. And with that, I would only say that this is just the beginning of a journey which we continue to have, every year from the Manipal side as an initiative of Manipal Organ Sharing and Transplant, MOST. And we look forward to such sessions in the future too, at a different region and a different place, to ensure that this light, this torch that has been held and nurtured by Dr. Avnish sir continues lighting the country at different places. So thanks a lot, sir. And let me now invite all of you, I think, for some refreshments. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Chakravarti. Just one more thing before we leave, I'd like to request all our doctors from critical care, from the Manipal group of hospitals, to kindly come up on stage for a group photo, please. I'd like to invite the organizing committee on stage, please, for a picture. Yes, I think everyone's proceeded for dinner. We'll go for dinner now. Thank you.